Hello, good morning, students. How are you all? So, today we are meeting to revise our chapter number 1 and chapter number 5 of Business Economics CA Foundation level. Now, friends, as you already know, we have completed chapter number 2, that was Theory of Demand and Theory of Supply, in which we have completed demand, theory of consumer behavior, as well as theory of supply. Then we started with chapter number 3, friends, that was nothing but theory of production and cost, which was divided into two units. First one was theory of production that we have studied in detail, and second one was theory of cost. Chapter number 4 we have studied, that is nothing but market and revenue, in which we understood the meaning and types of market. Then it was determination of prices, and finally it was price output determination under different market forms. So now after completing this three chapters, students, which are the maximum weighted chapters of your entire syllabus, now we are left with two small chapters, that is chapter number 1 and chapter number 5. Chapter number 1 is nature and scope of economics, which will be again divided into two units. First one is introduction, the second one would be basic economic problems and types of economy. And the chapter number 5, which is comprising only of single unit, which is nothing but business cycle. So very clearly we have to focus on these two chapters today. In this session, you are going to understand the entire chapter. We are going to revise. Plus, we are going to solve the MCQs of both the chapters. Okay. So be ready to understand it very nicely so that it helps us in our examination so that we can solve all the MCQs precisely and very quickly. Okay. So let's begin. I will share the notes with you, which you already have, so that we can discuss from that particular notes and we can understand. Now, however, these notes are very important, students, will be comprising the important points from the entire chapter. At the same time, students, we will also refer to the ICI material which is given, okay, so that we don't miss out on anything. Let me just pull that up for you. Mhm. Okay, I'll share the material as well. Okay, so now this is the study material which you must be already having. The only purpose of doing it from study material as well, so that we do not miss out on any concept, and you feel confident that we have covered everything from ICI material as well. Okay, so the first part, chapter number 1, nature and scope of economics. What are we going to understand here in this unit, in unit number 1, introduction? So first of all, we are going to understand the meaning of economics as well as business economics, that is step 1. Then we are going to understand microeconomics as well as macroeconomics. Then we are going to understand nature of business economics, and finally it will be basic economic problems, but that is certainly part of unit 2. So these are the things that we need to understand in our unit 1. So let's begin. First of all, students, you must have definitely heard about this terminology, economics, right? We have always seen what is economics. This is not a new concept for you. You are not studying for the first time. So if I ask you, what is economics? What's the answer that you have in your mind, right? Now, many students would say, sir, it is related to money. Sir, it is related to nations' finance, nations' economy. These are the different types of answers which students generally have. But let me tell you honestly, friends, what do you mean by economics? Why economics is needed? Can you tell me what is one problem that every country in the world is facing? Every country has to face this problem. And what is that? Well, that's scarcity of resources. Now, when I say scarcity of resources, what is the main resource that we are talking about here? So, main resource is nothing but money. The problem is that the money that we have is very limited, but the wants that we have are unlimited. Do you all agree to this? Wants are not limited, certainly. Wants are unlimited. One wants gets satiated, definitely our other want will be ready. Now, earlier when you were looking out for in your childhood, let's suppose you wanted cycle, that was your dream. Once you got a bicycle, then what you want? Then you want, a scooter or a bike. Then later on, once you get that, then your new dream would be car. Then it will be private jet. Then it will be in something else, something else, something else, and it goes on and on and on. It is a never-ending process. So basically, whatever money or resources we have, always it falls scarce as compared to the wants that we have. Correct? Now, what is the problem? The problem is that the wants are unlimited and the money to satisfy these wants are limited. So we are always in this trade-off situation. We are always dealing with this wants and limited resources situation. So what do we do? Well, what do we do at that time? That's a different story. But let me tell you one thing. Let's assume today that if you are having unlimited access to money, let's suppose if I tell you, if you have unlimited access to money, what are the things that you are going to buy? Well, the condition is only one. Right now, you are not having anything. Whatever position you are in right now, the same position you have. Anything else, you don't have it. So, for example, you don't have the car or the house that you are, having holding currently. You don't have the food to eat. Whatever food you have ate, that is the only food that you have. Apart from that, students, let's suppose clothes you don't have, but what you are wearing, you have it definitely. But apart from that, you don't have anything. So, but you have unlimited money. So, my question to you, friends, what are the things that you are going to buy? Right? So, unlimited money. So, what can you buy? So, now let's suppose if I ask you, some of you would say, sir, we will go for, buying house, we'll buy property. Now, some might say we will go for buying gold, right? Someone would say, sir, I will go and buy more and more gadgets, maybe mobile phones, tablets, ipad, laptop, computers, gaming laptops, whatever you want, right? Someone would say, sir, I would go and buy companies. Okay, fair enough, you can buy company, you can start your own organization as well. Someone would say, sir, we don't have food, so I will buy more and more food. Now someone can say, I will buy, sir, maybe shares or different kinds of investment, right? Girls would say, sir, we will go for shopping. Boys can also go for shopping. Next one, there would be someone who would say, sir, what are these small dreams? I want to go for world tour. You can certainly. Someone would say, sir, I want private jet. I want to buy an island. I want to buy yacht, and so on. There are so many things, right? If we have unlimited money, then we can buy all these things. But let me ask you one thing very certainly, students. Do we have unlimited money at the right time at this time? No. So with the given limited money supply that you have, students, what are the things that you will buy first? What will be the thing that you will buy second in this one? Would you buy right now a private jet, right, with the money that you have? No. You don't have sufficient money right now to buy a private jet or an island or a yacht. So the first thing that we generally buy when we are having limited source of money, it is nothing but food, right? Then what will be the second preference? Then second preference can be we will buy clothes, so shopping. Third preference will be maybe property. Then it will be, let's suppose, maybe gadgets. Then it can be gold possibly. Then it can be some kind of shares investment. Then you can think about starting your own organization. Then we can think about, let's suppose, world tour. Then you can buy your private island. Then it will be maybe yacht, and finally it will be jet. So all these things you have. thought about it. Now when I ask you that, which will be the first one, which will be the second one that you will buy, so is it that, we are putting it randomly, that this is first sir, this is second sir, this is third? Do we do that randomly? The answer is no. We make a very calculative decision here. So the logic that you have applied, students, here to trade off between money and unlimited wants, the logic, your behavior, that you have shown when you have limited money and unlimited wants, that behavior, friends, between these two will be called as economics. So what is economics? Economics is study of human behavior. Study of human behavior, that how human is going to behave when they have limited resources, that is money, and unlimited wants. So friends, whenever you have limited resources but unlimited wants, how you are going to react, how would be your behavior? That behavior is nothing but economics. So economics is a science, beta. Economics is what? It is a science. It studies human being. See, whenever we are doing any systematic study of knowledge, right, or whenever there is a cause and effect relationship, it is called as science, isn't it? So when we are talking about human behavior, we are studying it. It's a systematic study. So that is also called as science. So here, friends, it is a science which studies human behavior as a relationship between limited resources and unlimited wants. I hope that makes sense to all of you. That is economics, friends. And what as consumers we do, what as human beings we do, when we have limited amount of resources, what do we do? So we try to accommodate our resources in such a manner amongst these wants that we derive maximum level of satisfaction. Hey, yes or no? Come on. We try to adjust our limited resources in such a manner that we get maximum level of satisfaction. How, sir? Let me tell you. Now, let's suppose you are having only 50 rupees with you, okay? And you are very hungry, very hungry. So, what are the options that you have to buy from that 50 rupees? You can buy a packet of Lays worth 50 rupees. You can buy a chocolate which is worth 50 rupees. You can go for coconut water. Okay, you can go for maybe idli. You can go for some other items as well, snacks, let's suppose sandwich, right? Or some local cuisine which will be available in your area, right? So it can be dosa, it can be burger, etc., etc. Okay. Now, as I said, you are very hungry. So at that time, what will you do with that 50 rupees? Will you go and eat only chocolate and come? No. Will you go and have coconut water if you are so hungry? No. So with that 50 rupees, students, ideally what you will do, you will try to adjust that 50 rupees in such a manner that you get maximum satisfaction out of it. So you will not buy a chocolate worth 50 rupees. What you will do, maybe you will go ahead and you will buy idli, which is available, let's suppose, at 20 rupees. Then 20 rupees, let's assume you will spend on sandwich so that your hunger is satisfied, your hunger is satiated. But also you want to give, do justice to your sweet tooth. So what you will do at that time, with that 10 rupees that you are left, you might go for chocolate. So why you are going for three options? Why not only one? Because when we can split our money in such a manner that we get satisfaction from idli, from sandwich, from chocolate, then why should I choose only one? So as a consumer, we try to allocate our resources in such a manner that we go for maximum level of satisfaction. What did I just say? What do we want? What do we intend? We want maximum level of satisfaction. So as a consumer, we always try to operate at a level where we are spending the minimum amount, but we are getting the maximum level of satisfaction out of the money that we are spending. So when we are behaving in this way, when we are showing this kind of rational behavior, that is nothing but economics. So I hope friends you have understood clearly what exactly we mean by economics. Now who gave this definition? This definition was given by Professor Lionel Robbins. According to Professor Lionel Robbins, economics is a science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means. When we say ends, it is nothing but wants. Scarce means are nothing but limited resources that we have. Now, it was a very powerful definition which was given by one of the economists, Lionel Robbins. Before that, friends, there was a wealth oriented definition which was given by Professor Adam Smith in the year 1776. Now, according to Professor Adam Smith, what is economics? Is a science of wealth. That means he spoke only about one thing, and that is nothing but wealth. So his definition often is referred to as wealth oriented definition. Similarly, in the year 1890, students, Professor Alfred Marshall also highlighted economics definition. According to Professor Marshall, economics is a welfare oriented study. So his main emphasis was welfare. But Lionel Robbins said economics is not only about wealth or welfare. It is more about scarcity of resources. So his definition was scarcity oriented definition, in which he highlighted the science of choice making, how people make rational choices when they have limited money and unlimited wants. Similarly, students, going ahead, Paul Samuelson focused more on growth oriented definition. So he said, according to me, that economics is about economic growth and development in the nation. So, various economists have different way of defining economics, but however, moral of the story here is economics is a science which studies as a relationship between unlimited wants and limited resources. I hope students you are very clear in this part. Now it's time to understand one more thing, and what is business economics. So if I ask you this question, now you have understood what is economics, right? So if I ask you this question, what do you mean by business economics, then what would be your answer? What's business economics? See, economics is the same thing, but here we are applying our economic theory into business, then it will be called as business economics. But how that works? Now, in business also, you are having resources, yes or no? Time is your resource, money is your resource, your energy is your resource. So, all these resources, your laborers are your resources, your land that you are using for business is a resource, your marketing skills that you are using is a resource. All these are resources. Now you are having wants as well, yes or no? Your wants in business are also unlimited. Like you want to make more and more profit, you want to do more and more production, right? You want to do more and more expansion. Your brand should be built in the most appropriate manner. So brand expansion is also there, brand equity is also there, branding is there, right? So all these are wants, all these are wants, unlimited wants are there, and it can go on and on and on. Yes or no? So now what you will do as a rational decision maker in your business? Okay, if you are the manager, if you are the owner of the organization, then how would you adjust your resources in order to satisfy these wants? So you will try to adjust the resources in such a manner that you have to spend the minimum amount of resources in order to get the maximum of all these. Yes or no? So how we are going to allocate the resources in business in order to derive our all the objectives of business? The study of this is called as business economics. So how we are going to use our limited resources in order to maybe get maximum level of production or profitability, maximum level of production or profitability that we get by using the limited level of resources. When we are talking about these two things, it will be called as what? It will be called as business economics. So I hope students you are very clear about economics and business economics. Now many a times we also say the word economics is derived from Greek word oikonomia. Do you know this? Yeah, eco is derived from a Greek word oiko, and nomics is known taken from Greek word nomia. Now, what do you mean by oiko? What do you mean by nomia? Oiko here means household, and nomia means management. So economics is nothing but household management. But sir, you said economics is yeah, that's the definition. But the word economics is derived from Greek word oikonomia, that is household management. And basically, in household itself, we have to manage our scarce resources and unlimited wants. So the behavior that we see in household, it's the exact definition of economics, right? I hope that makes sense to all of you. So let's go ahead, students. That's oikonomia, that's economics for all of us. Now, when we are talking about economics, right? So we have understood what is economics, that is the basic definition. Apart from that, we understood the meaning of business economics as well, right? So in business, whenever you are dealing, you have to decide on maximum, various questions which are related to business. For example, should our firm be in the business? Should we do this business? Yes or no? Should the firm launch a product given the highly competitive market environment? Is firm deciding on the launching the product, the available technical production or technique of production should be used? That means which type of technique of production should be used in order to get the desired level of output? Then what are the necessary inputs that we have to get the competitive edge in the market? Next one, what would be the components or buy from the other firms? Next one, how should be the optimum output level received, or how much price should be kept in the market? Next one is how we are going to place our project or the or the product. Next one, how to deal with risk and uncertainties which are existing in the market. So all these decisions, all these rational decisions have to be made by any business owner or business runner. So at that time, whenever you are making these decisions are part of business, so it will be part of business economics as well, right? So I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead, friends. Right, so that's about business economics, and here one important definition is given, right? So that was given by Joel Dean. Now, what does Joel Dean say? Okay, so he defined business economics in the terms of using economic analysis in formulation of business policies. So how you are making your business policy is nothing but business economics. Now, business economics is a component of applied economics. Okay, which includes application of selected quantitative techniques. So there are various techniques which can be used in business economics, which are there. So it can be linear programming, it can be regression analysis, it can be capital budgeting, break even analysis, as well as cost analysis. So whenever you are using these tools which will be helpful for running and operating the business at the most efficient manner, that tools which are helping our economic theories are nothing but part of business economics. Okay, next part will be nature of business economics, which divides microeconomics and macroeconomics, right? But before going there, let me just highlight briefly what is economics, what is business economics, what is decision making, all these things in detail. So we are going to refer that from our revision notes. So first of all, what is economics? It was derived from Greek word oikonomia. You know that already, yes, no? Right? Oiko means household and nomia means management. Till the 19th century, when the economics was not that popular, economics was also known as political economy. The basic economic problems are there are unlimited wants, but there are scarce resources to satisfy these wants. Similarly, students, resources should be allocated in the highest value uses. This is what our economic theory mainly says. Apart from that, economics is study of transformation of scarce resources in the goods and services to satisfy the most important of our infinite wants. See, our wants are infinite, but we don't buy all the wants or we don't satisfy all the wants in one go. That's not possible. So we will try to evaluate which are the most important wants at that particular point of time, and we try to satiate these wants. Next one, decision making. Now, what do you mean by decision making, friends? It is a process of selecting appropriate alternative that will provide the most efficient means of attaining a desired end from two or more alternative course of action. Right? So whenever we are trying to satisfy a particular want, a particular desire, we have to make choices, and that choice is nothing but decision making, which we have to do. Decision making arises only if there are choices available. Obviously, if there is no choice which is available, then how can you decide on anything? Then there will be no decision making, isn't it? Right? So for taking right decisions, choice are to be there. If there is no choice, then of course we cannot have decision making. Next one, Joel Dean defined the business economics as the use of economic analysis to make business decision involving the best use of organization scarce resources. So when you use your business organizations scarce resources in order to satisfy the organizational objectives, it will be called as business economics. Business economics is many a times is also referred to as managerial economics. Please remember this word. Generally, it is the integration of economic theory with the business practice. So, combination of economics and business is nothing but business economics. That is what point number 9 highlights. Point number 10 says economic theories are hypothetical but simplistic at the same time. Okay, these are very simple, but some of them are also hypothetical. Why hypothetical? Because they are based on assumptions. Business economics enables application of economic logic and analytical tools in order to bridge the gap, right? Bridge the gap between what? Between theory and practice. So in economics, we understood many theories, right? Law of demand, law of supply, production, cost, all these are theories. And the real practice of life, of business is there. So when you are going to use these theories, these tools in the business, so the gap is there that can be, you know, minimized and used in the precise manner by the subject called as business economics. Next one is scope of economics. Economics is divided into two parts, students, as you all are aware. First one is microeconomics, the other one is macroeconomics. Now when I talk about microeconomics and when I talk about macroeconomics, what is the difference between these two? So friends, please remember, in micro there is I, in macro there is A. This I represents what? This I represents individual. I represents what? Individual. So whenever we are talking about individual commodities, whenever we are talking about individual firm, particular industry, so, one person, one income, one person's demand, one person's supply. So whenever it is about one, it is about individual, it is about particular, then it will be called as what? Then it will be called as microeconomics. At the same time, students, what is A? A here represents aggregate. Now you can say it aggregate, you can say it sum, you can say it total, you can say overall, you can say general. Different names, students, but meaning is only one. It is total entirely. So when we are talking about the entire economy, when we are talking about total demand, when we are talking about national income, when we are talking about general level of employment, general level of savings, investment, etc., 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 all these things will be part of which economic students. It will be part of macroeconomics, that is aggregate economics. So there is microeconomics and there is macroeconomics students. Micro focuses on individual and macro focuses on aggregate level of economics. Very simple. Yes, no? Yes. So let's begin the understanding of the difference between micro and macro. Microeconomics, micro is derived from Greek word micros, which means small. Similarly, macro is derived from Greek word macros, which means large. Simple to remember. Yes or no? In the MCQ, they might ask, the term micro is derived from dash word micros, so it will be Greek word, right? Or the term macros means dash, it means large. Okay. Next one. What is microeconomics? Definition is given. It is the study of a particular firm, particular household, particular price or individual price, wages, income, individual industry, and particular commodities. Now, this is the definition which says that whenever we are studying individual economic unit or particular unit, then that will be called as microeconomics. Now, this definition was given by Professor K.E. Bowling. So, this definition is according to Bowling. Similarly, McConnell has also given some definition of macroeconomics. According to McConnell, macroeconomics is what? It is nothing but the examining the entire forest and not just the trees. So whenever we are talking about large aggregates, it will be part of macroeconomics, right? Next one, what is microeconomics? So it is a behavior of individual firm or industry, whereas macroeconomics focuses on overall economic phenomenon. Microeconomics is also called as price theory, friends. Macroeconomics is also termed as income theory. So whenever we are talking about only price theory, that will be microeconomics. It can be price of commodities, it can be price of factor as well. So it includes two types of prices. Okay, first one is product pricing, the other one is factor pricing. But when we are talking about the general national income level, when we are talking about national employment level, all these things, students, will be part of macroeconomics. So we call it as economic theory, right? Or income theory. I hope, students, that makes sense to all of you. The nature of business economics is as follows. Now, there are some points, students, that we need to understand, right? That I will be covering in detail, the nature as well as the scope. So let me cover that. Uh, Very simple topic we are going to understand now: nature and scope of economics or business economics. Okay, so as you know, subject matter economics is divided into two parts: micro and macro, right? In microeconomics, what are the things that we have to study? So we have pricing of a product, we have consumer behavior, factor pricing, economic conditions of a particular section of the society, behavior of firm, and location of industry. All these things which happen at the individual level are part of microeconomics. Similarly, what are the areas that are covered under macroeconomic, students? So we have national income or national output, then we have general price level and interest payments, we have balance of trade and balance of payments, we have external value of currency, overall level of savings and investment, level of employment, of economic growth. All these things, friends, are nothing but are nothing but part of macroeconomics. Okay, so next part is nature of business economics. Now when we are talking about business economics, friends, the first point, very important point: what is business economics? So business economics is a science. It is what? It is science. How do you say that? See, what is science? Science is a systematic body of knowledge, yes or no, which focuses on cause and effect relationship. Well, our economic theories, our economic policies also have this cause and effect relationship. How, sir? Higher the price, lesser will be the demand. Lesser the price, higher will be the demand. Price is what? Price is cause. What is demand? Demand is effect. Yes or no? Correct. I'll give you one more example. As the production goes on increasing, the cost of production, if you are having economies of scale, it might decrease. Individually, the average cost will go on declining. But if you are experiencing diseconomies of scale, then the increase in production will result into increase in cost of production as well. So change in the level of production output, right, is what is cost. Now, depending upon the efficiency of the level of production, your cost of production will be influenced. So that will be what? That will be effect. So there is cause and there is effect that we need to study in business economics as well. So can I say economics is also a science? But now when I'm talking about science, students, there are two types of sciences. One is called as positive science. The other one is called as normative science. Now, what is the difference between positive science and normative science? Now, positive science means as it is, and normative science means we are giving our valuable judgment. Okay. So let me tell you one example here. Now, right now, Tanya is watching this video, okay, online. Now, while Tanya is watching this, I say this Tanya is a girl. Now, this is a fact and figure, right? This is just based on the factual data. So, Tanya is a girl. This is just a positive statement. But if I say Tanya is a brilliant girl and she will be a brilliant chartered accountant, she will be an asset not only for her family but also for the nation. Now, what is this, friends? This is my opinion towards Tanya. So when I'm passing my valuable judgment, when I'm telling you my opinion about anything, that will be called as normative statement or normative science. So now economics is what? Economics is positive, economics is normative, or economics is both. So the correct answer would be economics is both positive as well as normative. However, business economics is more inclined towards being normative, but it has both the factors, both the features. It is having the features of positive economics as well as normative economics. Okay. Next one. Business economics is based on what? Is it based on microeconomic theories or macroeconomics theory? So majorly it is dependent on microeconomics. Why? Because you have to take micro decisions in order to run your organization and making it very successful. You need to take micro level decisions. So that's why we say our business economics is based on microeconomics, right? Very clear in this? Okay, next one. But it also incorporates the elements of macro analysis. Now what do you mean by that? Now whatever changes are being made at the macro level, it does influence our business levels, so it incorporates the elements of macro analysis as well. Next one. What is business economics? It says business economics is an art. Now we understood business economics is a science, yes or no? It is a science because it represents both positive economics or positive science as well as normative science. But now, how it is an art? What is art, friends? What is art? Right? Art is nothing but expression. Okay. So, art is the practical application that we have. How we are going to apply any set of rules, principles, that is an art. So, do we have the application part in economics? Yes, we do, right? How we are going to use the law of demand, how we are going to use the law of utility, how we are going to use the law of supply. All these things, the usage about it is nothing but an art. So business is not only science, students. Business is also an art. And all the businessmen are artists. Some of them are very successful. Some of them might not be there. So they will become successful if they use their art very nicely. So we say business economics is also an art. Next one, in business economics, students, we use the theory of markets. We use different types of market, yes or no, monopoly, oligopoly, perfect competition, monopolistic competition, right? And how we are going to operate in that. It is pragmatic in approach. Now what do you mean by pragmatic in approach? Pragmatic means realistic. Pragmatic means what? It is realistic, right? It is not only about theories, it is about practical application of it. So when we are talking about business economics, it is not based on assumption. Business economics deals about what is happening in the reality, and accordingly we need to say it is pragmatic. Next one, read it out. It says it is interdisciplinary in nature. Now, what do you mean by interdisciplinary in nature, friends? Business economics is what? So, it takes into consideration many subjects, many theories, many concepts from varied regions. Now, business economics gets help from finance. Business economics also takes help from accounts. Business economics also takes helps from, maybe mathematics, statistics, etc. So it is not only unidirectional. It is not derived only from one thing. It is derived from multiple things. That's why we say it is interdisciplinary in nature. Normative in nature, right? It can be positive, it can be normative, but it is more inclined towards being normative. Next one is what? It is scope of economics. Okay. Now, when we are talking about scope of economics, students, we all know that economics is divided into two parts, microeconomics as well as macroeconomics. Now what are the problems that we face in business, and can we classify? Any idea about it? There are different types of problems that we can face in business while operating. Now these problems, students, these issues that we face can be divided into two parts. One can be internal issues, the other one will be external issues. Now what do you mean by internal issue and external issue? Internal means within the organization, and external means outside the organization, or whatever are beyond your control can be referred to as external issues. Now internal issues are also called as operational issues, and external issues will also be called as environmental issues. Now which type of economics should be used in order to solve these issues? So remember, in business economics, students, microeconomics approach will be applicable in case of dealing with operational or internal issues. Similarly, macroeconomics will be useful in order to derive answers to our macroeconomic issues, or we also call it as external issues, or we also call it as environmental issues. So macroeconomics will be applied. So we have microeconomics as well as macroeconomics application in order to deal with our business related issues. Now, when we are talking about microeconomics, look at these. Microeconomics is applied to operational or internal issues. So which are the theories which help us while dealing with the problems at operational level, at internal level of the organization? What are the theories? So one by one we are going to understand all the theories that are helping us in order to take the right decision in business at micro level. Okay, what are they? Number one will be demand analysis and demand forecasting. When we are talking about demand, it is a very important aspect in any business, right? So whether we are going to have the demand in the market so that we go ahead with the production, whether we are not going to have it, how much demand would be there? So to answer to all these questions, it's very important that you do the demand analysis, how market is going to respond to the change in price that you have in your organization. And similarly, you have to forecast the demand in the market, how much people are going to demand and when they are going to demand. So that will be demand analysis, friends, and forecasting. It also talks about production and cost analysis. Now, what do you mean by production and cost analysis? Here we talk about the different level of production. When we have our total product, our marginal product, our average product, how much should be produced? Should we produce in the first stage? Should we produce in the second stage? Should we produce in the third stage? How we are going to, use our input to get the desired level of output? Now, this is an operational or an internal issue of the organization, right? So, production analysis or theory of production function can help us in dealing with these questions. Similarly, how to produce maximum by using the minimum cost. So, for that, you need to have cost analysis, right? So, it helps us in understanding the behavior of cost, how we can get our desired level of output at the minimum possible cost. That theory is nothing but cost analysis, very important for business, right? Next one, inventory management. Now, what do you mean by inventory management? Inventory management means how we are going to serve our clients, how we are going to maintain or manage our stock. See, I always say this business in beta in business, it is always better to under commit and over perform. Whenever you are committing to anyone in business, you have to make sure that you do not do over commitment, right? You would say it will be done, don't worry, it will be delivered, and you don't have inventory to back up your commitment. What will happen? Your reputation will be at stake. Don't let that happen. So inventory management is very important. Similarly, students, then we have market structure and pricing policies, right? There are different types of market which exist in the economy. So we have monopoly, we have oligopoly, we have perfect competition, we have monopolistic competition. How you are going to react when your business is there in perfect competition, how you are going to react when you are having your business in oligopoly, what will be the decisions that you are going to take? All these issues have to be answered by the help of market structure and pricing policies that we have already studied in chapter number 4. See, understand the reason of taking this chapter number 1 at the end, because we have already understood chapter number 2, 3 and 4. So now this becomes very easy for understanding because it is all about what we have already understood. Had this been taken as first chapter, then I would have to explain you what do you mean by theory of production, what do you mean by theory of cost, and you would say, sir, there is so much to learn in these small things. Now you already know these concepts, so now you are understanding very nicely. So while you are revising also, friends, you have to maintain the sequence 2, 3, 4, 1 and 5. Okay. So next one, Market structure and pricing policy helps us in dealing with our internal issues. After that, it also deals about resource allocation, how we are going to allocate the resources of our business in the most appropriate manner in order to get the desired level of output. Then there are many capital and investment decisions that we have to do in order to get the desired level of output and to make the maximum profit. We have to do the profit analysis as well, because business fluctuations are often observed in the market. So now businesses can go up, can go down, but one thing which you cannot sacrifice or trade off is your profit, right? So profit analysis is very important. Apart from that, students, we have to manage one more thing, and that is nothing but risk and uncertainty. So that will be called as risk and uncertainty analysis. I hope you are very clear in this. These are all microeconomic theories or microeconomics applied to our internal or operational issues. Similarly, friends, we have macroeconomics as well. Now, how macroeconomics is important, how we are going to apply it in our business in order to get the desired level of output or result. So, number one, we have to understand we are dealing with what type of economic system, right? So, how we can derive which type of economic system we have, that will be by the study of macroeconomics, because that will help us in analyzing whether we are dealing in capitalism, socialism, or mixed economy. So the types of economic system is part of macroeconomics. Okay. Stages of business cycle. Now, whether the business cycle is operating at the level of recession, recovery, that is contraction or expansion. Depending upon the level of business cycle, we will be taking decisions which will be applicable for our business. So how we are going to place our business in the market depending upon the stage of business cycle. Is this the concept that we have to relate in with the help of macroeconomics? Next one, general trends of national income, employment, price, saving, and investment. All these things are also part of macroeconomics. Next one, government economic policies like industrial policy, competition policy, whatever government is trying to make the changes in their monetary policy, fiscal policy, price policy, foreign trade policy, all these policy students, whenever we are studying these policies which impact our business, it will be part of macroeconomics. Working of financial sector as well as capital market. Then we have socio-economic organizations and how we deal with them, like trade unions, producers and consumer union, cooperatives, etc. It is also macroeconomics. And finally, social and political environment which affects our business will also be macroeconomic environment, right? So business decisions are what? Business decisions cannot be taken without considering these present and future environmental factors. We have to take into consideration then, right? So as a management, the firm has no control over these factors. It should be fine tune its policies to minimize their adverse effect. So basically, if there are waves, if you know so we have to be ready for the waves by wearing our jacket, life jacket, or by having that surfboard. We should be ready to toggle on that waves. But if you're not ready, then what? That waves will look like a tsunami for you. So problems have to come in businesses. Any business trends, you will be facing problem. How to deal with that problems is the smart act. And for that, this decision making will help us, and the understanding of economics will help us. That completes our unit number 1, friends, in our chapter number 1. I hope you are very clear in this. Now we'll take a short break of 5 minutes. I'll see you again after 5 minutes, and we should continue with unit number 2 in chapter number 1, and we will be doing MCQs after that. Okay? So take a quick break of 5 minutes and then we go ahead. Okay. All right, guys, let's join back. Unit number one, we have already completed in chapter number one. Yes. Now let's begin with the unit number two. Now, when we are talking about unit number two, it talks basically about two things. Number one is central economic problems, and number two is types of economy. Okay, I repeat, there are two things that are worth discussing in unit two. What are they? First one would be central economic problems, and second one is types of economy. So let me first highlight the central economic problem. You know what is the main problem in any economy, which every economy in the world I think has to face? What's that one problem? And that problem is called as scarcity. Now, when we are talking about scarcity, what do you mean by scarcity? It is nothing but less of resources as compared to our wants. Our wants are unlimited. That's why the resources that we have, we feel they are scarce. Get this statement very correct. Because we have unlimited wants, so whatever resources we are having are always scarce. Now, these scarce problems, friends, or these scarce resources result into central economic problem. Now, what are these central economic problems? These are the problems which highlight on the questions that every business entity has to answer. Now, when we are talking about the questions, there are four central economic problems, or these are the four questions that every economy has to answer in the most efficient manner. If they don't do so, then the organization or the economy cannot operate at highest efficient level that is possible. So what are the central economic problem, guys? So the first problem which every economy has to deal with, it is called as what to produce. Now every company has to decide this, every economy, every government has to decide this, that ultimately what we need to produce. Point number two will be how to produce. Point number three will be for whom to produce. And finally, point number four, guys, will be focusing on what provisions are to be made for economic growth. What provisions do we need to make for economic growth? Now, these are the four central economic problems which every business, every economy has to answer in the most efficient manner. Okay. First one being what to produce. Now, every company has to decide this, or every country has to decide this, right? So, for example, let's keep India in mind and we will be solving these problems. Now, India has to also decide that ultimately what we need to produce, what to produce. Now, when I'm talking about production, there are two things. First one can be capital goods, the other one can be consumer goods. Now, what is the difference between capital goods and consumer goods? When we are talking about machinery, when we are talking about large machine students, it will be capital goods. When we are talking about small units, small products, the mobile phone that you are using, it is a consumer good, right? The pen that you are using, it is a consumer good. The notebook that you are using, that is consumer good. The tea that you are drinking is consumer good. The coffee that you have is nothing but consumer good. The clothes that we are wearing is consumer good. All these are consumer goods, but to manufacture these consumer goods, the machinery which is required, that will be capital goods. Now, India, according to its level of efficiency, India should produce what? Indian companies should focus on which type of products more, according to you? Should we produce more of capital goods or should we produce more of consumer goods? So, India is not that great as far as capital acquisition and development is concerned. So, India must be focusing on, should be focusing more on consumer goods as compared to capital goods. Now think about it, if we go in the reverse manner, if we try to do like Japan, Japan is very good in capital intensive, so they produce more and more capital goods. Now if we try to act like Japan, what will happen? We will destroy our entire economy. We will destroy all the company students because we will try to create the product, but that will not be as good as the other competitors, right? But in consumer products, definitely, because we are having so much of efficiency, we can produce better consumer products with great quality which can be competitive at a global level. So what to produce? Depending upon the efficiency which your country has, your business should be aligned in such a manner that you are able to produce and sell by earning the maximum level of profits. So for India, consumer goods are to be produced more as compared to capital goods. Okay. How to produce? It's not only about what we should be producing, it is also how we need to produce that. Okay. So how to produce, guys? What do you think? How should we produce? There are two ways of producing any goods or services, right? What are the two ways? Either you should go for labor intensive method, or you can go for capital intensive method. Now, what do you mean by labor intensive method? To produce goods and services, you are using more of laborers as compared to capital. That will be called as labor intensive method. If you are using more of capital as compared to labor in your business organization in order to get the desired level of output, then it will be called as capital intensive method. So now, friends, when we are talking about how to produce, India should be producing by using which type of technology? Should India use more of labor or more of capital? What is the correct answer according to you? More of labor, India, or more of capital? So the correct answer, which I am very sure all of you would be giving, that India should be emphasizing more on labor intensive method. Why, sir? Because India is a labor surplus economy. We are having a population of more than 1.3 billion people. So that means the workforce in India is huge. The unemployment level in India is high. So in order to in order to use these unemployed youth of our country, we need to use the labor intensive methodology in order to get the desired level of output. So how to produce? By using labor. Now think about it, if government interference is not there in India, there are only private entrepreneurs, will they think about using labor technology? Will they think about labor intensive methodology? No. They will go ahead and they will produce by using only capital intensive. Why? Because they want to make higher level of production and by maximizing profits, right? They don't want to deal with the labor issues. So here government will have to influence the resources in such a manner that the unemployed people can also be utilized. Government will try to make the economic policies in such a manner that all the laborers who are not getting work, they will be getting work. So how to produce? There are two methods, labor intensive and capital intensive, and whatever you are having in surplus in your economy must be used. Okay. Next one, for whom to produce. So now we are having three categories. We are having rich class in the country, we are having middle class in the country, and we are having poor class in the country. Now if you ask the business people this question, for whom do you want to produce, everyone would say, sir, we want to produce only for the rich class. We will deal only in the luxurious products, right? We will try to sell only to the rich. Why? Because if the customers are rich, your business can also become rich. If the customers are poor, how can your business become rich? If they are not willing to pay, how your business will survive, right? So you have to make the decision. So all the companies, if they go ahead and produce only for the rich customers, then there will be starvation in middle class category and poor class category. So what government has to do? The government has to allocate the resources in such a manner that it is rewarding and exciting for all the companies to operate not only at the rich class but also at the rich, middle, and poor class people, right? So for whom to produce, we should be allocating our resources in such a manner that we are able to produce not only for the rich class but also for the middle class as well as the poor class. Similarly, students, what provisions are to be made for economic growth? How do you need to make the decisions, economic decisions, in order to get the economic growth? So, beta, please understand here. Here we are not talking about the economic growth of this particular current year. We are talking about using our resources, using resources in such a manner that we do not have the growth rate only in the current year, but we also have the growth rate in the future years to come. So we are talking about here certain sustainable growth levels. Now, what do you mean by sustainable growth levels? It means, beta, we should be using our resources in such a nice manner that we are not utilizing or wasting the entire resources only for the today's generation, but we also have stored for the future generations to come. Right? So when we think about future generation and their growth also, it will be answering our question, what provisions are to be made for economic growth? I'll give you some example. Now in our India as well, government is saying save petrol, save water. Why? Water is not available in plenty or what? It is available in plenty for the for our generation. But if we try to waste more and more water, what will happen? Less water will be there or no water will be there, which will be drinkable water for the future generation. Government is saying use less of petrol, less of diesel, go for alternative energy, go for renewable energy, use electric cars, use solar energy, and so on. Why is government emphasizing so much on renewable source of energy, students? Because government understands this. If we use more and more energy today, if we use, if we use the natural gas, or if we use maybe the thermal operations, if we use more of petrol and diesel today itself, then no petrol diesel will be left for the future generation. Then how can we have sustainable growth? It won't be possible. So use the resources rationally so that you do not result into the growth only for the current year, but for the years to come. That is how we need to answer the fourth central economic problem. So the four central economic problem, students, what are they? First one is what to produce, next one is how to produce, third one is for whom to produce, and last one would be what provisions are to be made for economic growth. I hope you are very clear in these four central economic problems. That completes our very important part, central economic problems. Okay. So all the countries without exceptions face the problem of scarcity. We all are aware about it because their resources are limited and the resources have alternative uses. Next one, if the resources has only single use, then also the economic problem would not arise. But we are having multiple usage, so there is a choice which we have to make with the resources as well. How we are going to use them, that is also a challenge, right? Next one, the central economic problem is further divided into four basic economic problems. Number one, we have studied what to produce. That means which goods we are going to produce and in what quantities. Next one is how to produce, whether we should be going for labor intensive or capital intensive. For whom to produce, whether we should be going for the goods which are catering only to a particular class or for the mass, that is we are catering only to a rich class or we are catering to all the classes of the society. So for whom to produce. And lastly, students, what provisions are to be made for economic growth? That is how we are going to save and invest our business money so that we have sustainable growth for the future generation as well. Right. So I hope you are very clear in this. Let's go ahead to the next part. That is nothing but types of economy. The last part in our chapter number one is types of economy, friends. Okay, so let's begin. Now, when I say types of economy, students, there are three types of economy that every economy in the world has seen. Okay, what are these three types of economy? The first type of economy is called as capitalist economy. Second one would be socialist economy. Third and last one would be mixed economy. These are the three economy, students, that we can have. Either it can be completely capitalist economy, it can be socialist economy, or it can be mixed economy. Now, what do you mean by capitalist economy? It is an economy, students, where majority share is held by only private sector. Right, so where there are only private sector which are doing business or private entrepreneurs which are running the entire show, it will be called as capitalist economy. However, at the same time, there can be another opposite type of economy where the entire ownership is held by public authorities. That is nothing but government. So when everything is owned by government, the businesses are owned by government, run by government, it will be called a socialist economy. I'll give you one example. Let's suppose if you want to buy clothes and there are private entrepreneurs who are selling it. Let's suppose if you want to use the transport mechanism and private players are there who are willing to help you. There is courier services which is given. That is also done by whom? Private entrepreneurs. Road development is also done by private entrepreneurs, right? Airline carriers are also, built by only private entrepreneurs. So every business is done by private entrepreneurs. This type of economy will be called as capitalist economy. However, students, if let's suppose government is doing all the business, for example, water supply is done by government, electricity supply is done by government, even clothes are manufactured by government, restaurants are owned by government, and not only that, if you want to have a haircut, it will also be owned by government. If all the businesses are run and owned by government only, then that will be called as which economy? It will be called as socialist economy. However, this is just a myth. It doesn't operate at a current level scenario. It is not possible to have such kind of economy. But again, there were such kind of economies in the past, so we have to discuss that. So it will be socialist economy. Now the combination of both, that means some businesses can be owned and run by private sector, the others can be done by government sector. Such kind of combination, friends, it will be called as mixed economy. So what is mixed economy? It is a combination of private ownership as well as public ownership. It will be our mixed economy. Simple. So there are three types of economies, friends. First one will be capitalism, next one is socialism, and last one is mixed or capitalist economy, socialist economy, and mixed economy. Simple, right? Now, the last part in this unit as well as the chapter is we are going to understand three things now: characteristics of all the three economies. Then we are going to talk about merits of these economics, and we are also going to talk about demerits of these three economies. Okay, so there are three parts, friends, we need to understand for these three things: characteristics, merits, and demerits. So let's begin. Yeah. First one is characteristics. Now here characteristics, you can see, students, it is divided into three parts. First one is this capitalist. Next we have socialist, and finally it will be mixed. Okay, so please give the heading in the sheet that you have as well. Right. So first part is characteristics of capitalist economy. Then it will be socialist economy, and finally it will be mixed economy. So first of all, let's focus on the capitalist economy. Can you own your private property in capitalism? Yes, you can, right? So that means you are having a right to private property. Do you have that right in in socialism? No, you don't have that, right? Can you start your own organization in capitalism? Yeah, can you start that? Yes, certainly, right? So there is freedom of enterprise. Do you have choice? Can you select with whom you want to work, which organization you want to work? Yes, completely. You have that choice, right? So when you are the choice make, you are the one who is taking the decision. You are the decision maker. That will be called as what? That will be called as freedom of economic choice, which is available in case of capitalist economy, right? What is the main aim when you are dealing in capitalism? When you are into business, what will be the main aim? Will it be social welfare? Will it be national development? No, you will think only about you. You will think about your personal growth. You will talk about profit. So profit becomes the main motive. So that's our next point: profit motive. You will always give importance to whom? To consumers. Whatever consumers say, you will try to create such kind of product. The consumer wants alteration, you will get that. Consumer wants new kind of product, a convenient way of mechanism, you will do that. Whatever is consumer wanting, you are willing to give that service to the consumer so that you can earn maximum profit. So consumer is the king. That is called as consumer sovereignty, right? What happens to the level of competition? Limited level of competition or very high level of competition? Students, it will be cutthroat competition, right? People will be willing to disrupt the business that you are running in case of capitalist economy, because there is no one to protect the business. Yes or no? Only the entrepreneurs has to be warrior and to fight continuously every day, day in, day out with the competitor. So there is very high level of competition as far as capitalist economy is concerned. Is there any government interference or intervention? Not at all. What would government do in this case? Government, even if government exists, it would do only law and maintenance of order, security, nothing else. So there is absence of government interference, right? So that completes our characteristics of capitalist economy. I hope, students, you are very clear in this. Let's go ahead to the next part, that is about socialist economy. Now in socialist economy, students, who owns the factors of production, or who owns the property? Hmm? Can it be owned by private individuals? Is that possible? No. It is entirely owned by government. That's why we say it is collective ownership. Now, what do you mean by collective ownership? Every person in the country is the owner of that particular property. So that's why we call it as collective ownership. So there is collective ownership of means of production by state. State means here government. However, small farms, workshop, and trading firms which may remain in private hands. There are some parts which may remain in private hand, but ultimately majority of the stake in all the companies will be held by whom? Will be held by public sector. Next one. The main motive is what? Profit motive or welfare motive? Welfare motive. So profit motive and self interest are not the driving forces. The main driving force will be welfare. Hmm? Now, the resources are wasted or used in the most appropriate manner. Used in the most appropriate manner. So the resources are used to achieve certain socio-economic objectives. It is centrally planned economy. What do you mean by centrally planned economy? It will be planned properly in order to get our desired output. It is done by whom? Central government. There is absence of consumer choice. Consumers do not have much choices. Whatever the government is offering, you have to buy that. The income level or the income distribution is more equal in case of socialist economy. In capitalist economy, there will be inequality. Next one. Minimum role of price mechanism or market forces. When we say market forces, it is nothing but demand and supply. Now, demand and supply are often used to fix the price in case of capitalist economy, but not in case of socialist economy. Socialist economy, government will fix the price. And last one, there is absence of competition. Government cannot compete with itself. So what? So there will be less competition. Government will make one company for each type of product and they will run the enterprise accordingly. Very clear in this. So that is about socialist economy. The last part that we have is nothing but mixed economy. So taking both the features together of capitalist and socialist economy, we get the features of mixed economy. Okay. So still there is one thing which is written here. Government itself must run important and selected industries. Like in India, India is a mixed economy, right? So what are the selected and mixed, important industry? Water supply is an important industry, right? Electricity is important industry. Public transport is an important industry. Railways is an important industry. Defense, law and order, peace maintenance, all these things are important industries. Majority stake in all the industries which I have just said is held by whom? It is held by government. So government itself must run important and selected industry and eliminate the free play or of profit motive and self-interest in case of mixed economy. So these are nothing but the merits, sorry, these are nothing but the characteristics of capitalism, socialism, as well as mixed economy. I hope students you are very clear in this. That completes our characteristics part. The next part that we have, friends, it is what? It is merits and demerits. So let's begin with the merits part first, and then we will go ahead with the demerits. First one, in case of capitalism, merits and demerits of capitalist economy, students. In capitalist economy, the economy is self-regulating through price mechanism. Now, what do you mean by price mechanism? It is demand and supply. So whatever consumers wants, we are willing to supply that. So there is no need of interference of government. So it will be self-regulating. So that's an advantage. You have limited intervention and you are the decision maker. So that will be advantage for your organization. Next one, it rewards efficiency. Whatever organization is efficient can grow faster. And if the organization or the product is inefficient, it will be punished, it will be penalized in the market. Customers will not be buying that product. So it rewards the level of efficiency and punishes inefficiency. Now, every entrepreneur who is doing the business is passion driven. They want to expand their business, they want to build their brand. So in order to building brand, in order to building an empire of the enterprise, they will work very hard. In the process of working very hard, students, what happens to the level of economic growth? The economic growth will go on increasing. So there will be faster economic growth. Similarly, the resources which are available at the disposal of the organization will be used in the most appropriate manner. It will be zero wastage of resources as far as individual organizations are concerned. So at national level, they will try to exploit the natural resources, but at individual level, whatever resources are available at the disposal of the organization, they will try to use that in the most appropriate manner. That's why we say there will be optimum allocation of resources. Right. Similarly, students, there will be operative efficiency. That means they will be operating at the highest level of efficiency with lower wastages, higher production, and maximum profit with consumer preferences. So operative efficiency. Next one, there will be lower cost of production, right? They will try to minimize the level of cost. They will be operating at a point where there is productive efficiency, right? Minimum possible cost, where your average cost will be at the minimum or the lowest point, right? They will try to give you products which differ or reduce the level of standard of living, or which expands the standard of living. So capitalism will always focus on betterment of standard of living, right? So that will be our point G, better standard of living of consumers. Similarly, students, if you innovate the product, if you have a higher level of technology, better technology, then you will be getting rewarded for that. So there will be incentive for innovation and technical progress. Next one, you can have your own private property. That is also a merit. Similarly, there will be no cost for collecting and processing of information. You will be living in a free market, so all the information which will be available at your disposal will be available for free of cost. So you need not pay anything for that. So no cost for collecting and processing of information. All these students are merits. Now there is a magic here. Whatever is merit of capitalism can be demerit of socialism. And similarly, whatever is demerit of capitalism can be used as merit of socialism. Right? So this kind of understanding, once you have understood the capitalist economy merits, automatically demerits of socialist economy will be done, and vice versa. Right? So that was merits of capitalist economy. Now let's focus on the demerits of capitalist economy. We are going to understand merits as well as demerits in one go, students, so as to avoid confusion. Demerits: precedence of property rights over human rights. What do you mean by this? That means the human rights are not given importance, but property rights are given importance. And that's the bitter truth, the harsh reality. See, when capitalist economy is there, people will give importance to money. People will give importance to property, but people will not give importance to other people. They will not talk about welfare. They would say, if you want to grow, grow on your own, bro. Why should I help you? I will be focusing on my growth. I will be focusing on my standard of living. I will be focusing on my development. So the property acquisition would be there. I want this property. I want that property. All the property will be acquired. But they will not talk about welfare of the people, right? So there is precedence of property rights over human rights is the point. I hope you are very clear in this. So that completes our first demerit. Next one, students, there is inequality and social injustice. Now, what do you mean by this? Now, when we are talking about, see, students, listen to this very carefully. When we are talking about level of capitalism in the economy, now because of capitalism, the men who are working very nicely will be rewarded. The companies who are doing well will be rewarded. But the companies which are not doing that great will not be rewarded. It will be punished brutally. So the difference between rich and poor will always exist. Right, the difference between efficient and inefficient will always exist. Efficient people will always get paid more as compared to inefficient people. So the difference between rich and poor will go on increasing. The rich will become more and more richer, the poorer will become more and more poorer. So there will be inequality and there will be social injustice. Exploitation would be there. Right. Next one, wide difference in economic opportunities. Opportunities will be given to the people who are already into business, like something called as nepotism will be there. Right. So whoever is there already into business, functioning the operations, will get the opportunities. Others who are trying to enter into the market will be thrown out by the cartels which they have made. Right. So there will be difference in economic opportunities available for all. Next one, it does not represent the real needs of the society. They will not focus on the needs. They will focus on the high profit products. Right. So what you actually need and what is profit driven are two different things. Next one, there will be exploitation of labor. That is also a demerit. Right, laborers will be brutally exploited. Consumer sovereignty is just a myth. They say consumer is king, but they don't believe in this, right? Consumer would give messages, but the producers will manufacture only the products which give them higher profits. So where is sovereignty? Nowhere, right? So it's just a myth. It exists only in theoretical concept, but not in reality. Next one, there will be misallocation of resources, right? What do you mean by misallocation of resources? They will try to exploit all the resources which are available. There will be less of merit goods. What do you mean by merit goods? Merit goods are nothing but socially desirable goods. Education, health services, transport services, water supply, these are all merit goods. Now, if they are not getting profit, the capitalist economy will not be interested in manufacturing such kind of goods. So there will be less of merit goods and more of demerit goods, right? Unplanned production would be done. Haphazard method of production will be adopted. Whatever is fetching more profit, produce that, no problem. Waste of productive resources will be exploited. Formation of monopolies. If there is monopoly, right, a company becomes giant that will not allow any other competitor to enter into that space. Now there is no one to look after, right? Government cannot control anything because it doesn't exist. So formation of monopoly will destroy the consumer preferences. And lastly, students, environment will be badly affected because they will not think about nature or future generation. They will only think about profitability. So they will try to damage our environment as well, which will result into environmental degradation. I hope that works fine with all of you. That completes our merits and demerits of capitalist economy. Right. Next part, students, it is nothing but merits and demerits of socialist economy. Okay, so let's begin. Now, in case of socialist economy, what about wealth and income distribution? So wealth and income distribution is done equally. So all the people who are working in a particular organization in socialist economy get paid equally. So we say, students, there is equitable distribution of wealth as well as income. There is rapid and balanced economic development. Now, what do you mean by rapid and balanced economic development? We will grow our economy, but we will not destroy the opportunities which are available for the future generation. Right? So it will be balanced economic development. We will not harm the interest of the people. Next one, it will be properly planned economy. It will not be doing its operations in haphazard manner. There will be minimum wastage and optimum allocation of resources or utilization of resources will be done at the organization level, or sorry, at the national level. Unemployment will be minimized because government will be going for more of labor intensive method of production, so they will try to hire maximum people so that there is less of unemployment in the economy. There is absence of profit motive and they focus only on one aspect, and that is nothing but welfare. That's a good thing. Next one, right to work and minimum standard of living will be provided. Standard of living will not be exploited in case of socialist economy. And similarly, government will be providing high social security. They will not exploit the laborers. They will provide high social security. They will be providing insurance facilities. They will be providing free education facilities, right? So better products will be available. Social security will be available in case of socialism. Now, what are the demerits? There will be inefficiency in operations. There will be delays in the products. There will be corruption. There will be red tapeism, which is also corruption. There will be favoritism to a particular, party or the particular political leaders or their families. These things happen in socialist economy. All material means of production are control and direction of state. Well, this can be disadvantage. Whoever is in the power, they will be having ownership of the entire nation. So they will think themselves as the king of the country, right? So that can result into disadvantage. Takes away the right of property rights. You cannot own any property. That's a disadvantage. Then there will be no incentive for hard work, right? A person who is not working and the person who is working very hard still are getting paid the same. So the person who is working hard will also leave working hard, right? This kind of disadvantage is there. Administered price. What do you mean by administered price? The government will set the price. It will not focus on the demand and supply or the market forces or the price mechanism. State monopolies become uncontrollable. State monopolies means monopolies which are owned by government. They don't think about the quality that they are providing. They will just keep on selling the product which they feel they are correct. So that will result into less of choices, which is next point. Consumers have no freedom of choice. No importance to personal efficiency and productivity. Your personal efficiency and productivity is not given importance, only government efficiency is recorded. And lastly, extreme form of socialism is not at all practicable, so we say socialist economy is a myth. It doesn't exist in reality. The last part, the mixed economy, the most practical form of economy. In today's world, students, all the economies of the world more or less has adopted mixed economy, right? So that is coexistence of both private as well as public, capitalist as well as socialist. So let's focus on the merits and demerits of mixed economy. There is economic freedom and existence of private property is also there, right? There is economic freedom. If you There is complete freedom of choice. You want to select whatever product you want, you can go ahead, no problem. There is price mechanism that we follow. What do you mean by price mechanism? Consumers and producers will decide the price collectively depending upon demand and supply. However, government will be intervening by checking the price continuously. Next one, there is consumer sovereignty and there is freedom of choice. We get many options to select from. Appropriate incentive is available for the entrepreneurs who are doing business. There is encouragement to entrepreneurs as well as risk taking. Advantage of economic planning is also available because government is also present. So basically, if you notice, students, merits of both the things, that is capitalist as well as socialist, are present in merits of mixed economy. Comparatively, there will be greater economic and social equality as well as freedom. And finally, there will be no cutthroat competitors or competition because government will be there to protect your rights. So these are advantages. Now, what do you mean by disadvantages? First one, excessive control, right, of the private sector. Private sector will be brutally controlled by government, so that is a disadvantage, demotivating factor. There will be poor implementation of policies because there will be blame game. Government will think private sector will handle it, why to worry? Private will think government will handle it, why to worry? Ultimately, who suffers? The citizens of the nation. That is why poor implementation. And finally, students, there will be undue delays as well. Government will not act responsibly, right? Government will keep on delaying the project. Now look at in many cities, the highways which are to be constructed in a particular year, it always get delays. Metro projects are always pending in all the cities of the country, students, right? So there is undue delay which happens in case of mixed economy. Less of efficiency is observed, right? So these are nothing but merits and demerits of mixed economy. So I hope, students, you have understood the entire chapter number 1. We have completed what do you mean by economics, what do you mean by business economics, right? Then we understood microeconomics, macroeconomics. We understood the scope and nature of business economics. We started with unit number 2, which we have completed, central economic problems, as well as we understood the different types of economies, right? The next part that we are going to understand, students, it is nothing but MCQs. Okay, so there are few MCQs that we need to discuss one by one. So let's begin. Number one, which of the following is a cause of an economic problem? Now what does result into economic problem, right? Number one, scarcity of resources. Yes, we are having scarce resources, that is an economic problem. There are unlimited wants. Yes, we are having unlimited wants, that is also an economic problem. There are alternative uses to resources. Yes, if there are no alternative uses, there will be no problem because we know that this product or this resource can be used only for this direction. But now because we are having alternative uses, so there becomes choice making. So choice making is nothing but an economic problem. So scarcity of resources, unlimited want, alternative uses are all focusing on choices. That's why we say all of the above will be the correct answer for economic problem. So the question number 1, the correct option would be D. Next one, friends. Economic goods are goods which dash. Now what do you mean by economic goods? Economic goods are the ones which are available for the masses. So for example, air, water, sunshine, sea is nothing but what? It is economic good, right? So it cannot be increased in quantity. Okay. Obey the law of microeconomics? No. Are limited in supply and are scarce? Of course, these are limited in supply and are scarce as well, are limited to man-made goods. These are not man-made goods. So the only option which is more appropriate or the most appropriate will be option C, are limited in supply and also scarce. Okay, so protecting economic goods is very important. Using it rationally is also very more important. Okay, next one. Which of the following is an economic activity? Production of goods and services, or production of goods, sorry, is it an economic activity? Yes, certainly. Production of services is also an economic activity, 108%. Consumption of goods and services is also an economic activity, because economic activity means what? It is nothing but production and consumption of goods and services, right? Whenever there is economic consideration, monetary consideration which is given, so that happens in case of production as well as consumption. So A, B, C all are correct. That's why we go with D, right? So D will be the correct option in case of third question. Which economy is now only a myth? Now we have discussed this already, guys, right? As no country in the world is having that type of economy. Which one is that? So that will be socialist economy, which is kind of a myth today. Next one. Macroeconomics is what? Is it the study of inflation? Yes, it is. Is it the study of unemployment? Yes, it is. It is the study of growth. Yes, it studies economic growth. So it studies all the these, all the three things. That's why we say macroeconomics is study of all of the above. Next one. In economics, the central economic problem means dash. Now, what do you mean by central economic problems? It is arising majorly out of scarcity. So, output is restricted to the limited availability of resources. Yes, certainly, the output is only restricted to the limited availability of scarce resources. But let's look at option B, C, and D as well. Consumers do not have as much money as they would wish. Yes, there is scarcity of money, but that is not the only, central economic problem. There will always be certain level of unemployment. Yes, that's true, but that is not the central economic problem. Resources are not always allocated in the optimum way. Yes, because there are multiple resources, there are alternative uses. So resources often are resulting into wastages, right? So scarcity problem will not be solved. So option A and option D both seem to be correct, but D is more appropriate because it talks about not only availability of the resources but also usage of resources. A talks about only availability of resources. D talks about both the things. That's why D has more power. That's why we go with D. Okay. Next one. The law of scarcity is dash. Does not apply to rich or developed countries. Well, it does apply to rich countries as well as developed countries. Law of scarcity is available, applicable. It does not apply to poor or underdeveloped countries. Well, it does apply, right? It is incorrect. It implies only to socialist economies. No. It implies that all consumer want will never be completely satisfied. Yes, that's true. All the wants of the consumers cannot be satisfied, right? So yes, law of scarcity definitely means this. Next one, question number 8. Questions like what should be the level of national income, what should be the wage rate, fall within the scope of dash. Now, what they are saying, what should be, should, would, must, ought to be, are all suggestions. So all these are suggestions. Suggestions means they are asking about your valuable judgments. So valuable judgments means which type of economics? Is it a positive science, normative science, both, or none of the above? Correct option, you know that already, right? It will be a normative science. Okay. Next one. Which of the following is not the feature of capitalist economy? Okay. Now we have studied features or characteristics of capitalist economy, right? Right of private property. Yes, it is a feature of private economy. Freedom of choice by the consumer. Of course, freedom of choice exists. No profit, no loss motive. No, 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 no. We are having profit motive, right? So this is incorrect. Competition, it exists in case of capitalist economy. So the only characteristics which is not present in case of capitalism will be option C. Question number 10. Capital is dash concept. Now, what do you mean by capital? Capital is nothing but the investment that is done in the business in order to create more and more income. So because of capital, we generate what? We generate income. Income is what? Income is yield. Income is what? Income is yield. So now what is recurring in nature, students? Is capital recurring in nature, or is the yield, the income, recurring in nature? The income is year on year. Every year we are going to derive. So that's why we say it is recurring concept. That's why it's a flow concept. Whereas students, the Capital is one time. We raise the capital once in the stock market. We bring the debt capital from the bank once, right? We bring the money to in our business once. So the capital which we are investing, it is what? It is static. It remains there in the organization. It doesn't keep on flowing. It keeps static. It remains constant. That's why we say it is a stock concept, right? So what will be the correct answer? Capital is dash. Is it a stock concept, flow concept, both, or none of the above? The correct answer, my dear students, will be it is a stock concept, right? So question number 10, A will be the right answer. Question number 11, we mainly study the following in case of microeconomics. Let's begin. Do we understand location of industry? Yes, we do. Do we study the study of firms? Yes, we do. Do we also focus on factor pricing, how the prices would be fixed in case of land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur? Yes, we do study that as well. So the correct option we are going to study in microeconomics A, B, and C. That's why we go with D. That is all of the above. Okay. Which of the following statement is correct? Okay. Which of the following statement is correct? As normative science, economics involves value judgment. Well, yes, as normative statement, economics does involve the valuable judgment. It is true, right? So this can be correct, but let's look at B, C, and D as well. Robbins has made economics as a form of welfare economics. No, 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 no. Welfare economics strategy, as I told you already, was given by Professor Alfred Marshall, right? And Lionel Robbins has given scarcity oriented definition. So it is not matching. So that's why B will be incorrect. The law of demand is always true. No. Law of demand is backed by assumptions. So only when we fulfill the assumptions that law will hold true. So it is not always true, that's why it's incorrect. So B, C is also incorrect. None of the above definitely incorrect. So the only option which matches with the question as normative science, economic involves valuable judgments. Question number 13, friends. When we are studying how a producer fixes the price of his products, we are studying what? See, when we are talking about fixing a price of a particular product, right? So fixing a price of a commodity is what? Is it a national decision? Entire country will be taking the decision? No. Your organization and your customer will be collectively making the decision depending upon demand and supply. So which type of economics that would be? So whenever we are fixing the price of a product, it will be microeconomics. So between A, B, C, and D, the correct option is B, microeconomics. Okay. Next one. Macroeconomics doesn't include one example from the following. National income and output, yes, it is part of macroeconomics. Study of firm, no, 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 no. Study of firm will be microeconomics. Let's look at C and D as well. General price level, inflation level, it is macroeconomics. Savings and investment, if we are talking about the national savings and investment, it will be macroeconomics. So the only option which is not an example of macroeconomics, but it is of microeconomics, it will be option B, study of firms. Next one, dear friends, the implication that resource scarcity have for the satisfaction of wants are dash. Now, the condition for resource scarcity, what do you mean by that? For satisfaction of want. So not all wants can be satisfied. Yes, that's true. All wants cannot be satisfied. See, all wants are satiable, have the capacity to be satisfied, but all wants in one lifetime will not be satisfied, right? So because we are having infinite wants. So A can be correct, but let's look at the better option if we have it available. We will never be faced with the needs of making choices. Life is all about choices. Watching this video is a choice. Doing chartered accountancy is a choice. Becoming rich, increasing your standard of living is a choice. You all are making these choices. So life is all about making choices. How can you say that? So B will be incorrect. We must develop ways to decrease our individual wants. No, wants cannot be decreased, students. It goes on increasing. Right? As soon as one want is satisfied, other want will be ready for us. So it goes on increasing. The discovery of new natural resources is necessary to increase our ability to satisfy wants. What nonsense! How will you develop new natural resources? You will go on fighting, finding the natural resources. Will it satisfy your want? No, because wants are unlimited. So the only option which will be the most appropriate one in this case will be A. That is, not all wants can be satisfied. That's why it's a right one. Okay. Next one, the last question of chapter number 1. A normative statement is dash. Now, what do you mean by normative? It includes the valuable judgment. Unemployment rate decreases with industrialization. Well, yes, if there is industrialization, unemployment rate will come down because people will be getting employed. So, this is a positive statement. It shows about the facts and figures, the reality. So, I will name this as positive. Economics is a social science that studies human behavior. This is just the definition statement. So, this is also a positive statement. The minimum wage should be raised to 200 rupees per day. See, when we are talking about should be, would be, ought to be, that means we are giving our judgment. So, minimum wage should be increased. It is our what? It is our judgment. So, that is why we say it is a normative statement. India spends a huge amount on the national defense. Yes, students, this is a positive statement. Unfortunately, we are blessed with two neighboring countries. One is China, the other country mad, Pakistan. Now they always try to deal with the peace and security of our nation. So unfortunately, we have to spend too much of money on our national defense and security. So that's the reality which we are sharing. So that's positive statement. So the only statement which highlights a normative economic statement will be option number C, right? So a normative economic statement is C. I hope students you are very clear in chapter number 1, right? So that completes our chapter number 1, 2, 3, and 4 revision. We are left with only one chapter, which is a very small chapter, students, business cycle, that we shall be doing after a break of 5 minutes, right? So hydrate yourself, right? And if you want to have tea, coffee, go ahead and do that. I'll see you again after 5 minutes for chapter number 5. Thank you. Okay, let's begin, guys. The next part is chapter number 5 that we are going to understand, which is business cycle, right? Now, in business cycle, what is the overview? So, first of all, we have meaning of business cycle, then we have phases of business cycle, features of business cycle, causes of business cycle, and relevance in business decision making, right? So, all these things, students, are covered very simply in the notes that we have shared with you for revision. Okay, okay, all right, here we are. So, chapter number 5, business cycle. First of all, students, what do you mean by business cycle? Now, often we have used the word as business cycle or trade cycle. You know, in the families also, if you especially have seen business families, they always talk like this. There is ups and downs in the market, or the market is going up, or the market is going down. So there is expansion in the market, or the markets are pulling back, the markets are more bullish, the markets are more bearish. All these kinds of words are used in order to determine the market condition. So when we are talking about the ups and downs of any market, right? So when we are talking about the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows, then the rise and the fall, or whatever name you use, basically. So this fluctuation, this upward and downward fluctuation which is happening in an economy, is nothing but business cycle. So now you call it as business cycle, you call it as trade cycle, you call it as economic cycle, all these things mean the same thing. Okay, so that's business cycle. In short, friends, whenever we are talking about business cycle, so it is nothing but fluctuations in aggregate economic activities. So whenever the aggregate economic activities are changing, rising or falling, it will result into the fluctuations in economy, which we call it as economic cycle. Okay. So now when I'm talking about economic cycle, students, there are four phases of economic cycle. How many phases we have? Four. Okay. So the bottom part, the lowest part, is called as depression or through. Okay. The part which is rising, it is going upwards, it is called as recovery, or we also call it as expansion. When the economy reaches the highest point or the topmost point, it is called as prosperity, or also called as peak. However, if the economy is becoming sluggish, it is downwards falling, then it will be called as recession, or we also call it as contraction. So when when the market is going up, it will be called as recovery. When it is coming down, it will be called as recession, right? So now, however, depression and prosperity are the turning points. Now, what do you mean by turning points? Turning points mean it doesn't last. It just comes and goes, and we come to know about it when it is left, right? So, for example, the highest point in life or the lowest point in life, right, of the business can only be discovered after it is gone, right? When you have reached, let's suppose your business was doing earlier 5 crore rupees as turnover. Today it has done 15 crores, right? Then it will be doing, let's suppose, 50 crores. Now, by standing on 50 crores position, can you say, hey, great, we have done the maximum, from today onwards we are going to fall? Can we say like that? No. So only when the business starts falling, when the economy starts falling, we realize, oh, that was our highest or the peak point. This is how it works, guys, right? So the peak point, the prosperity point, as well as the depression or the through point are nothing but the turning points. Now, what happens in case of recovery and in case of recession, that you need to understand. Okay. So in case of recovery, when the markets are going up, okay, what happens? The businesses are making profits, they are prospering, yes or no? The business will be growing. What do you think? Yes, I think so. So if businesses are growing, if business is growing, that means the production activity will be increasing, yes or no? If production is increasing, that means the employment will also increase. If employment level increases, the level of income in the country will also increase, yes or no? If income increases, that will result into increase in aggregate demand in the country. If there is higher level of aggregate demand, that means the consumption expenditure in the country will also increase. If consumption expenditure is increasing, that means people's purchasing power is high. If people purchasing power is high, that means the businesses will be making more and more profits. Yes or no? So profit driven economy, that will be recovery. Similarly, what will happen at the time of recession, at the time of downfall? So if the economy is going down, what will happen? The businesses will not be performing good. So that will result into more and more losses. Now, if there is loss in the country or the company, what will happen? The businessmen will increase the level of production or reduce the level of production, reduce the level of production, which will ultimately reduce the level of employment as well, which will reduce the level of income as well. Now, reduction in income, reduction in employment, what will happen next, students? This will result into fall in demand in the market. So aggregate demand will also come down. Purchasing power will come down. People will be losing their jobs. The companies will be becoming bankrupt or insolvent. So all these things, students, are adversely affecting our economy. That's why we say economy has entered into recession. So there can be recovery, there can be recession in an economy. So these are the four phases which are there in front of you, students, and what happens in each phase that we have discussed. I hope you are very clear in this. Let's have a look at the theoretical part as well. So meaning of business cycle, you are already aware of meaning. Phases, there are four phases, right? There will be expansion, there will be peak, there will be contraction, through or depression, right? Next one. Okay, so this is how an economic cycle can be made, students. Downfall, upward falling. But ultimately, ups and downs are part of economic cycle. But ultimately, the trend should be that we are moving upwards, right? So this should be the trend. We cannot be like always up. We cannot be like always down. Okay, so we have to be. There will be ups and downs, but we have to make sure there are more of ups and less of downs. Okay, but there are many countries like Pakistan can observe this kind of economic cycle, or it can be like this free fall. But India, very progressive, very opportunistic, and one of the highest growth rate oriented country today as well as in the future. Very promising country, very developed nation, and we are going to experience that when we become the chartered accountant. So growth is certain. Okay, so phases of economic cycle we have studied. There are four phases, right? Now, before going on the indicator part, let me just highlight the important points that we have covered in the revision. So business cycle refers to alternate expansion and contraction of overall business activity or economic activity as reflected in fluctuations in measure of aggregate economic activity like gross national product, employment, income, etc. Right? There is something called as expansion, boom or upswing. There is peak and prosperity. In the second phase, the third phase will be contraction, downsizing or recession. Then we have through or depression. Good trade is characterized by what? Good trade means upward sloping, right? So it is characterized by rising pricing and lower level of unemployment. Similarly, bad trade, that is a downfall in economic cycle, will be represented by falling prices and high level of unemployment. Now, similarly, students, there are features of economic cycle. This economic cycle has some features as well. What are they? Let's understand one by one. First one, the business cycle occur periodically. That means they will occur time to time. When it will occur, we cannot have a specified timetable that, on this particular day and date, it will happen. No, that is not specified. It will happen, that is certain. But when it is going to happen, that will be uncertain. So it happens or it occurs periodically. They do not exhibit the same regularity. What do you mean by same regularity? Now, for example, in 1930s, when Great Depression hit the entire world, that lasted for around a decade. The internet bubble burst, which happened in the year 2000, lasted for few years. The 2008 financial crisis, which is also called as the subprime mortgage crisis, affected the entire world, lasted for a few years. Similarly, the COVID crisis, which we have just experienced or we are still experiencing, and we don't know what will be the end result, whether we are going to coming out of it or we are going to deep down go into recession or depression. We don't know about it. The future looks uncertain. So now this COVID, the recession which is happening due to the COVID scenario, that is also a demerit, a disadvantage. But it is not going to show the same regularity, right? So 2000 recession was different, 1930s depression was different, 2008 was different, and 2020-21 is definitely a different recession in itself. So it will occur periodically due to various reasons, but it will not show the same level of regularity. It happens, then it changes the number of years or the effect. Okay. Next one. The duration of these cycles vary, of course. The intensity of the fluctuation also varies. Some recession will be more intense, others would be less intense. The length of each phase is not definite. That means more of recession, less of recovery can be observed. More of recovery, small recession can also be observed. Time to time, it keeps on changing. Business cycle generally occur or originate in case of free market economies. Free market economies is more prone as compared to socialist economy towards this business cycle phenomenon. Okay, they are all pervasive. What do you mean by all pervasive? It means all inclusive. That means one sector getting affected will affect all other sectors. It is having a cascading or a domino effect. It keeps on affecting. So it is pervasive. Disturbances in one or more sector gets easily transmitted to all the other sectors, right? Next one. Although all the sectors are adversely affected by business cycle, but some sectors like capital goods industries and durable consumer goods industries are disproportionately, which means the highest level of effect happens in case of capital goods industry and consumer durable goods industry. Agriculture goods are comparatively less affected in recession, because even if there is recession, people will still have food. Yes or no? But they will not buy consumer durable goods. They will not buy the capital goods. So the demand for capital goods, demand for industrial good will fall drastically, but agriculture goods will still remain. I'll give you one small example. When the lockdown was announced or it was going on, what did you go outside and buy? Did you go and buy a new laptop, new mobile phone? Did you go for shopping outside? Oh, lockdown is there, let's go for shopping. Buy clothes? No. You went and you bought vegetables. You went and you bought fruits. You went and you bought necessity, the essentials. So agricultural commodities were not affected by recession, but definitely the industrial, that is secondary sector, was definitely influenced. That is what the next point says. Moreover, compared to agriculture sector, the industrial sectors are more prone to the adverse effect of trade cycles. Lastly, students, business cycle are exceedingly complex phenomenon. That means we cannot just estimate, right? Or we cannot understand. Every time it keeps on changing, right? Various economists has given various theory, but ultimately it depends upon the people of the country whether it will result into economic recession or recovery. So it's a complex phenomenon. Okay. The next part that we have is indicators. Now, what do you mean by indicators? Now, economists want to analyze the situation of economy. So for that, they have developed something called as indicators. There are three types of indicators: leading indicator, lagging indicator, and coincident indicator. Coincident indicator is also called as concurrent indicator. Okay, I repeat it again, friends. First one is leading indicator, next one is lagging indicator, and last one will be coincident indicator. Now, what is the difference between these three? So, when the change in when the change in economic cycle happens after the change in indicators, that means there are some factors, some variables which change before the change in economic cycle, it will be called as leading indicator. Okay, some variables, some factors change after the changes in economic cycle. So the economic cycle has already changed and then the factors get affected, that will be called as lagging indicator. Some factors which vary along with the changes in economic cycle will be called as coincident indicator. Okay, so the change which occurs before the changes in economic cycle. Before is the word here. Before the changes in economic cycle, that will be called as leading indicator. The changes in the variable which happens after is the word here. After the changes in economic cycle, it will be called as lagging indicator. The changes which occur along with the changes in economic cycle, it will be called as coincident indicator. So there is leading indicator, there is lagging indicator, and there is coincident indicator. Okay. So let's have a look at it. It is a measurable concept. Leading indicator, it is a measurable economic factor that changes before the economy. Before is the word. Before the economy starts to follow a particular pattern or trend. Variable that changes before the real output changes. Okay. However, indicators are not always accurate, and experts disagree on the timing of these leading indicators. Next one is lagging indicator. The changes in these indicators observe only after is the word, after an economic trend or pattern has already occurred. Variable that changes after the real output changes is called as lagging indicator. Coincident or concurrent indicator, it is a coincident or occurs simultaneously. Simultaneously means along with is the word. So with the business cycle movement, it gives information about the rate of changes of expansion and contraction of the economy more or less at the same point of time that it happens. So these are the three indicators, students. Now there must be a lot of confusion, sir. Which indicator is called as leading, lagging, or coincident indicator? So I will highlight the points which are given in the ICI material, students, and these are the things that you have to by heart. So leading indicator, it is given on page number 5.217. If you notice, what is leading indicator, my dear friends? So leading indicators often change prior is nothing but before to the large economic adjustment. Now they have given some examples. Changes in the stock prices, profit margin, profit indices such as housing, interest rate, and prices are generally seen as the precursors of upturns or downturns. Similarly, value of new orders, whenever the word new is given or delay is given, that will be part of leading indicator. Okay, so new orders for the consumers, reporting slower deliveries, index of consumer confidence, money growth are used for tracking and forecasting changes in the business cycle. Okay, so these are all leading indicators. I hope you are very clear in this, guys. Right, next one is nothing but lagging indicators. Lagging indicators reflect the economy's historical performance. Whatever has happened in the past, now because of that the factors are getting affected, that will be called as lagging indicator. Now in case of lagging indicators, what are the examples? So we have unemployment, we have corporate profits, we have labor cost per unit of output, we have interest rate, we have consumer price index, and commercial lending activity. All these are nothing but lagging indicators. Third and the last type of indicator would be what will be coincident indicator. Now coincident indicator, also called as concurrent indicator, it happens simultaneously with the changes in business cycle. So what are the examples that we have? So it can be GDP, it can be industrial production, it can be inflation, your income, retail sales, financial market such as stock market prices as well. Right, so all these will be coincident indicator. I hope students you are very clear in these three types of indicators. For the last time we are going to revise. First one is leading, next one is lagging, and last one is coincident indicator. Now, there are few examples which are given, which I already told you. There were few recessions or depressions which have hit the entire world. First one was Great Depression of 1930s. Then it was information technology bubble burst of 2000. Then it was global economic crisis of 2008-9. Similarly, in the next material, in the next year, maybe for your juniors, we will be having a concept which will be called as COVID crisis. Yeah. So next one, features of business cycle, which we have seen already in the sheet. And now we are left with only two parts. What are the two parts? First one will be causes of business cycle. Why do business cycle take place? And how this business cycle help us in decision making for our business. So last two concepts in our entire syllabus, students. Let's begin. Okay. First one, role or importance of business cycle in business decision making. Now, what do you think, students? When we are talking about decision making in business, do you think understanding business cycle is important? Friends, let me tell you, it is of utmost importance. If you make business choices or if you take decisions in your businesses which are not as per the changes in the economic cycle, the business will be brutally punished in the market. So you have to align your business decisions only according to the changes in the business cycle. Okay. For example, now business cycle is important. Why? Because it helps us in assessment of impact on demand. See, if there is recovery in the market, the demand will increase. If there is recession in the market, demand will decrease. So to understand the impact on demand, the business cycle is very important. Yes or no? Next one, expansion decision also depends on the business cycle. Yes or no? You want to expand. When will you try to expand? At the time of recovery, you will try to expand more. At the time of recession, expansion will not be respected. To frame business policies, right? What do you mean by that? So if your business policies have to be favorable, right? Favorable business policies, that has to be done in case of when the expansion is going on. When contraction is there, students, you should not be taking new business policy decisions. To plan production, business tools are important, business cycle is important. To enter in the market or to launch a new product in the market, you have to do that at the time of recovery, not at the time of recession, right? There are some cyclical business examples which are given. Cyclical business examples means which keep on up and down, right? With the change in economic cycle, these businesses will go up. With the change in business cycle, that is downfall, the businesses will come down. So for example, house builders, construction companies, infrastructure, restaurants, advertising, overseas tours operators, fashion retailers, these are all cyclical, right, which move along with the changes in business cycle. Okay, the last part, students, it is causes of business cycle. Why would business cycle go up or why would business cycle go down? So there are two types of reasons. First one is internal causes, the other one is external causes. Now here internal means the points which are within our control of the country. The points which are not in the control of the nation will be called as external causes. So there are internal causes as well as there are external causes. Number one, fluctuation in effective demand. Now what do you mean by fluctuation in effective demand? If demand rises more and more, right, so that will result into recovery. When demand falls, it will result into recession. Fluctuation in investment. If higher investment is done in our country, it will result into recovery. No investment or low investment is done, it will result into recession. Variation in government spending. If government spends more and more money in the market, that means people will be having higher purchasing power due to increase in money supply. That will bring a positive effect in the market, leading to recovery. At the same time, if government is not willing to spend money, it can result into recession. Money supply. If money supply increases in the market, demand will increase, purchasing power will increase, consumer expenditure will increase, it will result into recovery. If people are not willing to spend money in the market, it will result into recession. Monetary and fiscal policy, either it can be favorable or it can be unfavorable. If it is favorable, favorable means what? It is expansionary policy. So if we are adopting expansionary monetary policy, expansionary fiscal policy, it will result into recovery. If we are going for contractionary fiscal policy or contractionary monetary policy, it will result into recession. Psychological factors. If Indians believe that India can grow, India will grow. I repeat, if Indians believe India can grow, India will grow. Recovery will come. Unfortunately, if Indians think that India will fall into recession, it has to fall into recession. It is psychology, students. Because psychologically, if we all think that India is going to grow, we will work hard, we will produce more, we will employ more people, recovery will happen. Right? Similarly, there can be some other factors as well. The last part, students, it is nothing but external causes which are not in our control. Wars. If some other country comes and fights with us, unfortunately, we result into recession. Right? So wars are disastrous. Actually, war should not be there, but still, unfortunately, it exists in the market. Next one is post-war reconstruction. War has already happened. Now we are trying to reconstruct our country. What will happen? It will result into recovery. But if, let's suppose, the reconstruction doesn't take place, then it will result into deep down recession or depression. Okay. Technology. If the technology at the global level improves, it will result into recovery. If it doesn't improve, recession. Natural factors. If natural conditions are helping us in growing, favorable natural conditions, it will result into recovery. Unfavorable natural conditions will result into recession. The last one, students, it is population growth, right? If population growth is greater than economic growth, that means the economy is not growing as per the growth of the population, then that will result into unemployment, scarcity, yes or no? So that will result into recession. However, if population growth is less than the economic growth, that means all can be occupied in the business, then that will be resulting into recovery. So that is how population growth can affect or influence the level of economic cycle, resulting into recession as well as recovery. Friends, that completes our chapter number 5 as well as the entire subject. Hopefully, you have understood the explanation of all the chapters. Now we are left with one last task, that is nothing but MCQs of chapter number 5. So there are around 10 MCQs that we are going to discuss. A very small chapter, a very simple concept, right? So let's begin with the MCQs part. Be with me. First one, which of the following is not a variable in the index of leading indicator? They are asking which of them is not a leading indicator. Okay. So new consumer goods order, see, whenever it is new, okay, it will be a leading indicator because that happens before the change in the economic cycle. So that is a leading indicator. Okay. Delayed deliveries, if there is a delay in delivery, if that occurs at a national level, then that will result into recession, right? So this is also a leading indicator. New building permits, if you are getting new building permits, it will result into recovery. That is a leading indicator. Prime rate, that is the rate which is offered by the banks on loans. So this changes depending upon the changes in the economic cycle. Okay. So once the economic cycles have changed, only then the prime rate offered by banks will be changing. So this becomes a lagging indicator. That's why we say it is not a part of leading indicator. So question number 1 is D. Question number 2, friends. When aggregate economic activity is increasing, aggregate economic activity is increasing, which means the economy is going where? Is it going up or down? So aggregate economic activity is increasing. So that means GNP is increasing, employment is increasing, right? Sales are increasing, businesses are increasing. So that will be the phase of recovery. So let's see if we have the option. An expansion, yes sir. Contraction, no. Peak, no. Turning point, no. So expansion is the correct answer, right? When I say increasing, it will be expansion. When they say falling, it will be contraction. When they say highest point, that means it will be peak. Lowest point will be through or depression. Turning point is what? Turning point can be peak or it can be depression. Okay, nothing else. The four phases of business cycle are dash. Now, what are the four phases of business cycle? The lowest point, the rising point, the topmost point, and the falling point. Peak is there. Okay, peak is the topmost point. Recession is there. Yes, it is the downward falling point. Through is there. Through is nothing but the depression, and boom is there. Boom is again part of the topmost point. So this is not the correct answer. Let's have a look at the other one. Peak, okay, topmost point. Depression, lowest point. Through is again the lowest point. Two lowest point cannot be there, so that's why it's incorrect. Peak is there, that is the highest point, yes. Recession, that is the falling part, yes. Through is the lowest point and recovery is the rising part. So yes, this becomes a much sensible option. So we go with C because it covers all the four phases. Peak, depression, bust, and boom. We have never understood like bust, right? So it will be incorrect. Peaks and throughs, that is the highest point and the lowest point, are collectively known as dash. Now you know the already answer, right? You need not even look at the option. It is nothing but turning point, right? So volatility, no. Turning point, yes. Equilibrium point, no. Real business cycle events, no, sir. Right? So the correct option would be B, that is turning point. Let's go ahead. The term business cycle refers to dash. Now, what do you mean by business cycle? It is nothing but the fluctuations that we see in overall economic activity, right? Let's have a look at the options. What is given? The ups and downs in the production of commodities. Yes, ups and downs in production of commodities is there, but that is not the only thing in business cycle. So let's see if we have a better option than this. The fluctuation level of economic activity over a period of time. Yes, sir. We are covering all the economic activities here. So this can be probably a correct answer, but let's look at the C and D as well. Decline in economic activity over a prolonged period of time. Only decline is a business cycle? No, sir. It's ups and downs both. Increasing unemployment rate and diminishing rate of savings. Do we talk only about unemployment and savings rate? No, sir. So the correct option would be B, fluctuation levels of economic activity over a period of time. That becomes the term business cycle. Next one, the lowest point in the business cycle is referred to as dash. Lowest point, this one. So it is called as depression or through. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the lowest point in business cycle is referred to expansion. Now, boom, ille. Peak, na. Through, yes, sir. So that will be D. Simple. Next one, an indicator. An indicator which occurs simultaneously with the business cycle movement, which means if the business is going up, the indicator will also move up. If the business is coming down, the indicator will also show the same kind of behavior. So any indicator which moves along with the business cycle, it will be called as which type of indicator? It will be called as, friends, coincident indicator, because lagging indicator is the one which moves before the changes in economic cycle. Lagging indicator is the one which changes after the changes in economic cycle. Leading indicator changes before the changes in economic cycle, but coincident indicator occurs simultaneously with the changes in economic cycle. So B will be the correct answer. Next one. Example of lagging indicator is dash. Consumer profit, yes, it changes after the changes in economic cycle. So A is correct, but let's look at B, C, and D. Interest rate, yes, also it is a lagging indicator. Consumer price index, that is the price in the market, will also change after the changes in economic cycle. So all of these are example of lagging indicators. So we go with D. Simple, isn't it? Yeah. Ninth one. Trade cycle is purely monetary phenomenon. Now, this concept was given by whom? When we talk about trade cycle, there was one gentleman who said that this is only a monetary phenomenon. Money increases, it will result into expansion. Money decreases, it will result into contraction. Okay. So only monetary phenomenon. Who said this? It was said by Hautre. Hautre was the person to define a business cycle like that. Okay. Ninth question. The last question in our syllabus that we are going to discuss. Question number 10. When aggregate economic activity is declining, so there will be less of GNP, higher level of unemployment, lower level of employment, low demand in the market, low consumption expenditure in the market, the profits will be declining, right? So all these will be declining when? At the time of recession, at the time of downfall. So this is the answer. So is this contraction? Yes sir, it is it an expansion? No sir. Is it a through? Is it a turning point? No. So the correct option is contraction itself. I hope students you are very clear in this. You have understood all the chapters very nicely. I loved sharing this knowledge with you, and I hope the initiative that we have taken of teaching you or revising the entire chapter as well as the entire subject has been beneficial. And if possible, please do share this with your friends as well. Like and subscribe to the official JKSC channel so that you keep on getting the regular updates of whatever we are doing, and hope to see you soon at CA Inter level. Study very nicely, solve more and more MCQs, keep on revising, don't give up, keep working hard. You will become a chartered accountant. The dream of becoming chartered accountant will soon get fulfilled, students. Just be committed, right? Wake up every day with a vision of becoming a chartered accountant. Let's fulfill your dream. Okay? Thank you so much. God bless you. All the very best.
Hello, madam, I'm audible? Yes. Good morning, all of you. I hope I'm audible. Fine. So yesterday we started with theoretical distribution. Actually, yesterday we completed probability and started theoretical distribution. Introduction got over, and the numericals also we were doing. And today we are going to continue the numericals. There are few sums which are left out yesterday that we have not done it. So today we are going to do it now. Okay, look at sum number 17, my dear. Look at sum number 17. What is sum number 17 is? Sum number 17 is 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. The number of times 5 head appeared is. Look at this, my dear. 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. The number of times 5 heads appeared is. Listen here, my dear. When it toss 5 coins, so what is the probability of getting 5 heads? What is the probability of getting 5 heads? Of course, my dear, it is directly I can say it is 1 by 2 power 5. Is that correct? So all 5 coins will show up head, it's only one chance. All 5 coins will show up head, only one chance. And why it is 2 power 5, my dear? There are 5 coins, the sample space is 32. That is 2 power 5 is the sample space. Directly I can write what 1 by 2 power 5, and the number of times the coin is tossed is what 3,200 times we are tossing it. Okay, 3,200 times we are tossing it. Okay, 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. So what exactly we are going to get, my dear? 100 we are going to get. What you are going to get, my dear? 100 we are going to get. Okay, what we are going to get? 100 we are going to get. So our answer is 100. See, guys, first let us understand 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. Okay, now listen here, but here read it. 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. Okay, 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. The number of times 5 heads appeared is. The number of times 5 heads appeared is. Look at this. Head, 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 head. What is the probability of getting head? 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2. Now, this is what we are tossing it for. 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. We are tossing it for what? 3,200 times. But here there will be a small confusion, my dear sir. See, here each coin is tossing for 3,200 times. All 5 coins are total together costs to 3,200 times. So which is not clearly given, my dear. So what I'm going to assume is each coin we are tossing it for 5 times. Sorry, 3,200 times. Each coin we are tossing it for what? 3,200 times. That is what we are going to take. Okay, each coin tossing it for 3,200 times. So 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. So I'm just going to take each coin is what 3,200. So what I will do is I'll multiply it by 5 because 5 coins are there. So each coin 3,200 times. So 5 coins are there. So therefore our answer is going to be what? 500. What is our answer, my dear? 500. That is option A is our answer. Option A is our answer. Okay. Yes. See, here the small confusion is what? This 5 only. The confusion is what? This 5 only. Because it is clearly given. 5 coins tossed 3,200 times. If total number of tossing is 3,200 means my answer can be 100 only. But here 5 coins are tossed 300 times, 3,200 times. That is 1 coin head 3,200 times. Second coin head 3,200 times. So total that 5 has to be multiplied. Therefore our answer is what, my dear? 500. Sorry, 500 is our answer. What is our answer? 500 is our answer. Okay. Now look at sum number 18. Look at sum number 18. What is sum number 18 is? For the normal distribution, density function f of x is given as f of x is equal to e power k into e power minus of x square minus 6x plus 9 divided by 8. This is what given. See, this k I can assume it as what, 1 by root 2, 1 by sigma root 2 pi. Okay, 1 by sigma root 2 pi. So therefore, is it not k e power minus half into, can I write it as x minus 3 by 2 the whole square? Sir, I didn't get this point, sir. This 4, this 8, I'm writing it as 2 into 4. And this is minus 1 by 2. I'm just taking 2 outside. So within the bracket, you will be having 4. Okay, within the bracket, I'll be having 4. Now, since it is x square minus 6x plus 9, which is nothing but what? X minus 3 the whole square. So x minus 3 the whole square. That 4 can be written as what? 2 square. Therefore, in short, I can write it as x minus 3 by 2 the whole square. Now this I can compare with 1 by sigma root 2 pi e power minus half into x minus, sorry. Now what is mu is equal to? Mu is equal to 3, sigma is equal to 2. Mu is equal to 3, sigma is equal to 2. Now the mean and variance are, of course, mean is 3, variance is 4. Mean is 3, variance is 4, my dear. Because sigma is equal to 2 we are getting, therefore variance is equal to what? 4. Variance is equal to 4. Okay? Yes. Sum number 19. The mean deviation of a normal distribution is 16. What is the quartile deviation? See, mean deviation is given as 16. Quartile deviation. Of course, you know how to solve it. Yesterday we were doing this type of sum. Directly, either you can use directly or direct relation between MD and QD. What is the direct relation between MD and QD? QD by MD is equal to 5 by 6. Either you can use this relation, and the QD is equal to what? 5 by 6 times MD, which is nothing but 16. That is 80 by 6. Okay, 6.3333. Okay, this either you can use this method, or what is the other method, my dear? What is the other method? I hope you know it. MD is equal to 16. Sir, 0.8 sigma is equal to 16, sir. Sigma is equal to 20, sir. What is sigma is equal to 20? Next, QD is equal to 0.675 sigma, sir, which is nothing but 0.675 into what sigma is 20, which is nothing but 13.5. See, any option you can use it, my dear. Any option you can use it. But here, based on the given option, how the options are given, 40 by 3 is given. That is 80 by 6 is nothing but 40 by 3. So therefore, they have used this option. Sir, if I use this, I'm going to get 13.5. That means what? You can equate approximate values, my dear. You can equate the approximate values. You can equate the approximate values. Okay. Like if you use this method, you will be getting 13.5. You will take the option, whichever option 13.5 gives you 13.5, or that is what is it, equivalent to 13.5, then that is nearer to 13.5. That option can be taken, my dear. That option can be taken. Okay. Yes. Next. Excuse me. Okay. Next one. Sum number 20. What is sum number 20 is? Okay. What is sum number 20 is? Sum number 20 is nothing but, wait, I guess one sec, just a small adjustment. There is some small issue. Hello? Okay. Now sum number 20. What exactly sum number 20 is? Sum number 20 is nothing but the quartile deviation of the normal distribution f of x is equal to 1 by root 18 pi. F of x is equal to what? 1 by root 18 pi e power minus x minus 10 the whole square by 18. X minus 10 the whole square by 18, which is nothing but 1 by 3 root 2 pi. Is that right? This 18 can be done as 9 twos are. So 9 can be taken outside. Therefore, 3 root 2 pi e power minus half. That is 18 can be done as 2 into 9 into x minus 10 by 3 the whole square. Okay. Now what is mu is equal to? Mu is 10. Sigma is equal to 3. Now our question is what? Find the quartile deviation. What is quartile deviation is equal to 0.675 sigma. So which is nothing but 0.675 into 3. What is it? 0.675 into 3. So 0.5 into 3 is equal to 2.025. What is it? 2.025. Sir, which option gives me 2.025, sir? Okay, let me check which option gives me 2.025, which is approximately equal to 2. So option C. Sir, then this is approximate answer we are getting, sir. Is it right, sir, if you ask me that? Actually, what formula they were used, I'll tell you. You know the relation QD to MD to SD is equal to 10 is to 12 is to 15. So QD by SD is equal to 2 by 3. Okay, QD by SD is equal to what? 2 by 3. What is it? QD by SD is equal to 2 by 3. Okay, that is QD by SD is equal to 2 by 3. Now, SD, if I cross multiply, what I'm going to get? 2 by 3, standard deviation 3, get cancelled, we are getting 2. You got my point, my dear. So, if you use this formula, you are getting approximate value. If you use this relation, you will be getting exact answer. Sir, which one to be followed in the examination, sir? You can follow any of these two formulas, my dear. Nothing wrong in it. So, you will be getting the same answer only. What we need to do, we need to mark the nearest answer. That's it. Okay. Yes, next one. If x and y are two independent normal random distributions with mean and standard deviations are 10, 5 and 15, 12. See, there are two normal distributions, n, 10, 5, n1 and n2. What is n2 is 15, 12. Okay. And we need to find out x plus y. This is our x and this is our y. So therefore, what is x plus y is nothing but, look at this, my dear. It is nothing but, see, 10 plus 15, comma, root of 5 square plus 12 square. This is what sum of two. That is normal distribution. This is the way we need to add the sum of two normal series. So our answer is going to be 25, 13. What is our answer? 25, 13. Okay. What is it? 25, 13. Option C is our answer. Option C is our answer. C. For example, x is normal distribution. What is it? Sigma. Sorry. This rule, if you want to write, you can write it, my dear, now. Mu1 plus, sorry, mu1 and the sigma square. Sigma 1 square. And y is what? That is variance. What is x plus y, you know? X plus y is nothing but mu1 plus mu2, sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. Again, this is variance. But they ask you to find the standard deviation. This is my mu. And this combined standard deviation is going to be sigma root of sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. This is what our combined standard deviation. Since they ask you to find out combined standard deviation, we are just squaring and adding, my dear. Squaring and adding. Okay. Yes. Next one, sum number 22. The binomial distribution for which mean is equal to 16, that is NP is equal to 16, variance is equal to 4, that is NPQ is equal to 4. Now, the question is about binomial distribution. Okay, fine. See, they already given to you, so don't worry. Here we have to find out what is N, what is P, and what is Q. Okay. So, since NP equal to 16, can I say 16Q is equal to 4 and Q is equal to 1 by 4, which is nothing but 0.25. So, therefore, what is P is equal to, sir, 0.75, sir. Just replace it here, my dear. Just replace it here. N into 3 by 4. P is 3 by 4, right? Is equal to 16. Okay. So, NP is equal to 16, right? Mean is 16. Yeah. Okay. Mean is 16. Variance is 4. So, I think there is some error I have. There is here the question. There is an error. How did I miss it? I don't know. Okay. Now listen here. 64 by 3. Okay. So what is n is equal to? I will be getting 64 by 3. But n cannot be in decimal. Therefore, I will be taking n is equal to approximately 21. 64 by 3 is approximately equal to 21. So n I will be taking it as 21. Therefore, my binomial distribution is equal to 21cx, because that x can be anything. Okay. 21cx p power x q power n minus x. Okay, p power x and q power n minus x. That is Our option is B. Our option is B. 64 by 3, you will get some decimal value. N cannot be in decimals. Therefore, I'm just removing it, my dear. So I'm just finding the approximate value, which is nothing but 21. Next, sum number 23. The standard deviation of a binomial distribution with parameter n and p is, see, what is standard deviation of a binomial distribution, sir? NPQ, sir, root of NPQ. So answer is over, but NPQ is not given. Instead of that, what exactly given is root of NP into 1 minus p is given. That is option D. 24. What is sum number 24? P of x is equal to 2 is equal to P of x is equal to 3. Now we need to find out expected value of x. That is nothing but our m. What is expected value of x? That is nothing but our m. Now, what is P of x is equal to 2? E power minus m square divided by 2 factorial is equal to e power minus m cube divided by 3 factorial. Now, e power minus m get cancelled. So, if I'll just shift it, what is m equal to? Just to simplify it, I'm going to get m equal to 3. What is it? M is equal to 3. Fine. This is what we need to do. But I'll give you one shortcut for this. Please remember if P of x is equal to k is equal to P of x is equal to k plus 1. Any number, that is consecutive numbers, my dear, k and k plus 1. Then always m is equal to the bigger one, k plus 1. That's it. That's it. Without doing the problem, directly you can get it. So what exactly the rule is, for example, if P of x is equal to, for example, P of x is equal to 1 is equal to P of x is equal to 2. So what is the value of m? M is nothing but 2 only. You no need to solve and waste your time, my dear. Directly m is equal to 2, you can make it. See, k is equal to k plus 1 means what? Our k plus 1 is our answer. What is that? K plus 1 is our answer. Okay. Next is sum number 25. Sir, what is the total area of the normal curve, sir? Total area of the normal curve is 1. I hope you remember it. Okay, total area of the normal curve is always 1. Next, the mean and the mode of the normal distribution. See, in normal distribution, mean, median, mode, all are equal. In normal distribution, mean, median, mode, all are equal. Okay, mean, median, mode, all are equal. Therefore, option C. Fine. Yes. So it's over. Now, I think there is some number 14 from this. I think I have not done it yesterday. Somehow I skipped it. So I'm just doing it now. Just listen here. Sum number 14. What is sum number 14 is? Find the probability that at least 5 defective bolts will be found in a box of 200 bolts. It is known that 2% of the such bolts are expected to be defective. Look at this, my dear. Of course, I already told you. Either you can find m by using NP. What is NP? 200 into 2%, which is nothing but what? 4. Or what we can do, just read the question. Look at the last line. It is given e power minus 4 is equal to 0.0183. So from here, directly I can say m equal to 4. See, sir, it is given, sir. We are not finding, sir. See, in the examination, we are not supposed to waste our time by doing such kind of things. See, it is given e power minus 4 is equal to 0.0183. That means n is equal to 4 only. Then why to bother about it, my dear? So, but still, so say for that, if you want to find n, this is the way we need to find out. Now the question is what? At least 5. At least 5 means what? Minimum 5. That is more than or equal to 5. Minimum 5 means what? More than or equal to 5. So if it is more than or equal to 5, see definitely what? 5, 6, 7, 8 goes on like this. So it is reversed. 1 minus p of x is less than 5. Is that right? 1 minus p of x is less than 5. What exactly it is? X is less than 5 is 2, 3, 4. Okay. Less than 5 means what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now what is it? 1 minus. See, everywhere e power n is going to come, right? E power minus m will come. Everywhere e power minus m will come. So let me take it outside first. E power minus m, that is e power minus 4. Okay, e power minus 4. Then 1 minus e power minus 4 is equal to, what exactly will come, my dear? E power minus m into n power x 0 factorial, 4 power 1, 1 factorial, 4 power 2, 2 factorial, 4 power 3, 3 factorial, 4 power 4, 4 factorial. Just simplify this. This is what going to be my answer. So 0.0183 into 1 plus 4 plus 16 by 2 is 8 plus 64 by 3. Sorry, 64 by 6. 32 by 3 plus 4 power 4. 4 power 4 is what? 2 power 8, which is nothing but 256. 256 divided by 16. Divided by 24, sorry. 256 divided by 24. Yes, that is also 32 by 3. Okay, that is also 32 by 3. So, which is nothing but 1 minus 0.0183, 513, 64 by 3. Just simplify this. What is it? 64 divided by 3 plus 13 into 0.0183, then 1 minus. What is it? 0.3717. What is our answer, my dear? 0.3717. What is our answer? 0.3717. I think we did this or what earlier? Oh, I have done it. Sorry. I don't know which sum I missed. Okay. This one I did it. Okay, sorry. So this sum already done it. But still, it's a division only. Na? So 0.3717. What is it, my dear? 0.3717. Okay. So that's all with our theoretical distribution. Okay, that's all with our theoretical distribution. Fine. Now we have to start with the new topic. Okay. So as far as theoretical distribution is concerned, most of the people will say, sir, should I leave this topic? Should I leave this topic? So still I'm not comfortable. For everyone, I'm telling you only one thing, my dear. Please go through the theory part at least. At least watch my introduction lecture. After watching my introduction lecture, you can easily will be able to solve a problem from our institute material and also some additional question and theory question. Everything will be solved, my dear. It's not that difficult. It is not that difficult. But when you keep on trying set C problems, okay, when you keep on trying set C problems, you may lose your confidence. You may lose your confidence. Sir, I already tried set C problems. I know set C problems. Can I revise, sir? Of course you can revise. Of course you can revise. But the students are not at all, that is, the students who are decided to leave this topic as an option. The students who are decided to leave this topic as an option. For them, I can tell you, please go through the theory part of this session. And after that, you can just start doing the institute material, set A problems, and additional question bank problems. I think you will be easily able to answer the questions. And of course, you need to remember one thing, my dear. The questions, like theory questions, will be always asked from the institute material only. They cannot ask it from elsewhere. Okay, they have to ask it from the institute material. Okay, they have to ask it from the institute material. So please go for it. Okay, fine. So that's all with the theoretical distribution, my dear. Now we are going to start with a new topic, index number and the time series, which is last topic. With this, the statistics also getting over. So today I'll be starting with number series. After index number, I'll be starting with the number series. Guys, remember, we completed mathematics except the time value of money. And the statistics, now index number, if it gets over, means entire index number, the entire statistics get over. Then next one is what? And time, that is logical reasoning I'll be starting. Okay, today we are going to start with logical reasoning. So tomorrow, I think logical reasoning will get over. Then one more day, we'll be doing what? Our session, like what, time value of money. One very important topic is pending now. I'm just keeping it aside, okay, because I want you to revise at the last moment, and that's a very, very, very important topic. Okay, from statistics, central tendency and dispersion will give you more marks, and from mathematics, time value of money will give you more marks. Okay, fine, guys. Now let me start with index numbers. We are going to start with what? Index numbers. index number. Okay, fine. Please wait, my dear. There is a small technical issue. Just let me solve it. Hello. Okay. Yes. So now we are going to start with index number. See, as far as index number, this topic is concerned. Okay. As far as the index number is concerned, it's very simple topic, my dear. Index number is a very simple topic. Okay. But it's a scoring one. Wait. Okay. So index number, wait, small 2 minutes. Okay. So let me proceed, my dear. Fine. So let us not waste our time. Let me proceed. Okay. Fine. Index number. What exactly is an index number? Okay. What is exactly index number? See, actually, index number is nothing but special kind of average, my dear. Special kind of average. So what is index number? Index number is nothing but special kind of average. Okay. What is index number? Index number is nothing but special kind of average. Fine. Now, the average is expressed in ratio and calculated in percentage. Okay. It has expressed in ratio and calculated in percentage. Okay. Now, listen here, my dear. This index number should be always unit free. This index number is always should be unit free. Okay. The index number always unit free. I hope you might have learned these things when you're doing your index number chapter. This is a revision lecture. In revision lecture, we are not in the position to discuss each and every point, but whatever the examination oriented points are there, that I'm going to discuss, my dear. So whatever the points to be remembered, okay, that I'm just going to explain it. See, the best index number I'll get it by using geometric mean formula. The best index number I'll be getting it using geometric mean formula. Geometric mean formula will give me the best index number. In index number, base year index, always we are going to consider it as 100. Base year index, always we are going to consider it as what? 100. Base year index, always we are going to consider it as 100. Okay, 100 is the base year index. 100 is the base year index. And there are some terminologies we need to remember. Okay, P0. What is it? Base year price. And P1. What is it? Current year price. P01. The meaning of P01 is, index number, index on current year on base year. Current year on base year. That is 1 on 0. What is P10? P10 is 0 on 1. Okay.
These are the small terminologies we need to
remember. P01, current year on base, 1 on 0. P10, 0 on 1. Okay. Next one is, this is for, this P we use it for what? Price index. This P we use it for price index. Yes. This P we use it for what? Price index. Okay. P use it for what? Price index. And the Q is what? Quantity index. What is Q is quantity index. The same is applied here also. P and Q. If I write P, then it is price index, and the Q is what? Quantity index. So price into quantity. V is nothing but value index. What is it? Value index, which is nothing but price into quantity. What is value index, my dear? Price into quantity. Value index is nothing but price into quantity. Value index is nothing but price into quantity. These are the few things I want you to remember, my dear. These are the few things which I want to remember. Okay. What exactly the price is? See, what is index number is? How can we calculate index number? See, there are two ways calculating. One is unweighted, and other one is what? Weighted. One is unweighted and the other one is what? Weighted. One is unweighted and the other one is what? Weighted. And unweighted can be classified into two parts. Unweighted. One is simple aggregative method. What is it? Simple aggregative method. And the other one is price relative method. Average price relative method. Average price relative method. One is simple aggregative method, other one is what? Average price relative method. What exactly is simple aggregative method? That index number is equal to, summation P1 divided by summation P0 into 100. Is that right? This is what simple aggregative method. Simple aggregative method, what is it? Summation P1 divided by summation P0 into 100. In average relative, we have got two types. Okay, in average relative, we have got two types. One is arithmetic mean and other one is what? Geometric mean. In average price relative, we have got two types. One is what? Arithmetic mean and other one is what, my dear? Geometric mean. Okay, one is arithmetic mean and other one is what? Geometric mean. Okay, what exactly arithmetic mean index? What exactly arithmetic mean index? The arithmetic mean index is like some R if I take index number. Okay, if I take I only, okay, let me not confuse you people. Okay, I index number, summation R by N. What is R is equal to? R is nothing but individual index numbers. Individual index number and its sum. What is N is nothing but N is number of commodities. N is what? Number of commodities. What is N, my dear? N is nothing but number of commodities. Okay, N is nothing but number of commodities. Okay, N is nothing but number of commodities. Fine. Next one is what? Geometric mean. What is next, my dear? Geometric mean. See, this geometric mean is the best average, of course. The geometric mean index is the best average. Geometric mean index is the best average. But actually speaking, what you know, It will take a lot of time. Okay, it is a time consuming one. The drawback of geometric mean is what you know, it's time consuming. So generally we use arithmetic mean. Since it is exam oriented, I'm just going to focus into arithmetic mean only. Geometric mean and average price related, there are two methods. One of the method is geometric mean method. At least that much you remember, that is more than enough. But let us not proceed further, let us not waste our time. So index number unweighted, it is what simple aggregative method, average price relative method. What is simple aggregative method? Which is nothing but summation P1 divided by summation P0 into 100. In average price relative method, the average price relative classified into two parts. One is arithmetic mean average, the other one is what? Geometric mean average. In geometric arithmetic mean average, what is the formula? Summation I is equal to I is equal to index number is equal to summation R by N. What exactly R is? P1 by P0 into 100 and N is number of commodities. And what is N is number of commodities. Okay. Can you please write this, my dear? Yes, copied. Next. Next we'll go to weighted. Okay, next we'll go to weighted. In weighted also we have got two methods. Okay, in weighted also we have got two methods. One is what? Simple aggregate. There is aggregate method. What is it? Aggregate method. And other one is what you know, average price relative. Okay, of course, here also I'm going to give you arithmetic mean formulas. What is aggregate method? What is aggregate method? Which is nothing but summation. See, only what the weight has to be multiplied, my dear. Only weight has to be multiplied. The formula is summation P1W by summation P0W into 100. Summation P1W, this is P1. Summation P1W divided by summation P0W into 100. Okay. Next one is average price relative. Of course, you remember everything. One is last price. Second one is Pashes. Third one is Fishers. Fourth one is Dorbish and Bowlish. Fifth one is Marshall Edgeworth. At least these five people formula you remember, my dear. Okay. So what exactly happened? I'll tell you. Last price. See, last price considered. See, this is our original formula. Summation P1 by P0 into 100. This is our original formula. Is that right? This is our original simple aggregative method formula. Here, what last price did was, okay, if it is weighted arithmetic mean, of course, the quantity has to be multiplied. What last price did was, he multiplied and divided by the base year quantity. He multiplied and divided by the base year quantity. He multiplied and divided by the base year quantity. This is last price formula. What is this, my dear? Last price formula. Of course, this last price formula is nothing but our cost of living index number. This last price formula is nothing but our cost of living index number. What is last price formula? Is nothing but our cost of living index number. Okay, cost of living index number. Last price formula is nothing but our cost of living index number. Okay. Now what happens? You know, next passage is saying, see, you have taken the current year base year quantity. Base year quantity is not available, but current year quantity is available. Then what to do? So what he took was, with the original formula, summation P1 by summation P0 into 100. He multiplied divided by what, my dear? Current year quantity. See, the original formula, if you multiply base year quantity, we are getting last price formula. If you are multiplying it by current year quantity, then we are getting what? Pashes formula. Then we are getting what? Pashes formula. Next term is given to Fisher, and the Fisher is coming and saying, see, geometric mean is the best index. Geometric mean is the best index. Then why you are doing this nonsense? Then let us do like this. Let me find the geometric mean of L into P, the L and P. So what Fisher did was, he found the geometric mean of L and P. Okay, geometric mean of L and P. Now next is Darvish Bowles is coming, and Darvish Bowles says, see, calculating geometric mean is very difficult. Okay, calculating geometric mean is very difficult. Practically, it is not possible. So to come out of this mindset, so what I'm doing is let me find the arithmetic mean of L and P. So Fisher's index, what he did, square root of L into P. That is Fisher's index, geometric mean of L and P. And Darvish-Bowles is what? Arithmetic mean of L and P. Then Marshall-Edgeworth. What Marshall-Edgeworth did was he added. Actually, he found the arithmetic mean only of the quantities. He actually found the arithmetic mean only of the quantities. But of course, what exactly he has done is he has added the numerator of Paches and Laplace, denominator Laplace and Paches. Look at this. When you add only the numerators, what you are going to get summation P1 Q0 plus summation P1 Q1 divided by summation P0 Q0 plus summation P0 Q1 into 100. Into 100. So this is what our Marshall-Edgeworth formula. Okay, this is what our Marshall-Edgeworth formula. So in average or relative method, there is arithmetic mean. This is the formula we need to remember, my dear. This is the formula we need to remember. Okay. So once again, index number. There are two types of index number can be calculated. One is unweighted, other one is weighted. In unweighted, we have got the two things. One is simple aggregate method, other one is what average price relative method. And what is simple aggregate method formula is I is equal to summation P1 divided by summation P0 into 100. Average price relative we are divided into AM and GM. Of course, GM is what we are practically not possible. So GM, just for namesake, let us learn it. Let me not waste my time by giving the formulas. We'll go to AM. What is AM is summation R by N. What is R is P1 by P0 into 100. What is N in the number of commodities. Now comes to weighted arithmetic mean. Weighted index number. Weighted also what classified into two. One is aggregate and the other one is what average price. What is aggregate method? Summation P1W by summation P0W into 100. And what is average price relative is nothing but arithmetic mean method. That is Laplace, Paches, Fisher, Darvish-Bowles, and Marshall-Edgeworth. So how to remember the formula for these people? It's very simple. See, Laplace considered only the base year quantity. Laplace considered only the base year quantity. So therefore, he multiplied divided by the base year. Paches considered only the current year quantity. Therefore, he multiplied divided by the current year. What Fisher did is, as he is telling that geometric mean is the best index number, then he decided to go with geometric mean of L into P. And Darvish-Bowles says calculating geometric mean is what? Every time it is maybe a little difficult. So what he did was he found the arithmetic mean of L and P. And finally, it comes to Marshall-Edgeworth. When it comes to Marshall-Edgeworth, what he did is he added the numerator and the denominator and denominator of the Laplace and Paches, and he found this one more formula. Okay. Now listen here, my dear. In this case, what to be done? I'll tell you. In this case, what to be done? The formulas and all, everything to be remembered, my dear. There is no fixed formula for calculating the index number. There is one of the drawback. Okay, one of the drawbacks. There is no fixed formula for calculating the index number. Yes, of course, we need to just go ahead with what exactly the situation is. Okay, but there are few points which I want you to remember. So the points are geometric mean is the best average in the construction of index number, but practically we use arithmetic mean because geometric mean is difficult to compute. That is a very, very important formula, my dear. Okay, yes. Now, okay, fine. Listen here, my dear. So let us proceed again. See, as I told you, calculation, this is different type of weight. Yeah. Here I did not give the formula for average price of arithmetic mean method. Okay, if you want to learn the formula, the average price of arithmetic mean method is price relative into weight divided by summation W. That means you might be learned in this format, my dear. You have learned in this format. See, this is not arithmetic mean. This is aggregate method only. This Laplace, Paches, everything is what? This is aggregate method only. Don't get confused, my dear. So average price relative method formula. This is important actually. Let us write it. Summation IW divided by summation W. Summation IW divided by summation W. This is average price relative by arithmetic mean formula, my dear. Average price relative by arithmetic mean formula. Okay. So I request you to, I'm just giving you 1 minute time for copying this. Please copy it, my dear. This is very important. Please copy this. Please copy this. Yes. Hope you copied. Now let us proceed. Okay, next one. Yes. Now, see, value index. Okay, there is a formula for value index. What exactly value index? Value index is nothing but price into quantity. What is value index, my dear? Price into quantity. Value index is price into quantity. So V is equal to P1 Q1 by P0 Q0 into 100. This is what value index. Please write this formula. Okay, this is what value index. Okay, B is equal to P1 Q1 divided by P0 Q0 into 100. Okay, P1 V is equal to P1 Q1 by P0 Q0 into 100. See, in the index number, these are the few formulas we need to learn, my dear. Okay, and if you just learn these formulas, I think definitely it is going to be very much helpful. Next one is cost of living index number. Okay, cost of living index number. As I told you earlier, cost of living index number is nothing but last price formula only. Cost of living index number, also known as cost of living index number, also known as wholesale index. Okay, the cost of living index number, also known as wholesale index, and consumer price index. For example, in the question, if they ask you to find the wholesale index number, that means you have to find out cost of living index number only. If they ask you to find out consumer price index number, that means you have to find out cost of living index number only. So cost of living index number and the consumer price index number, wholesale index number, everything is one and the same idea. Okay. Yes. Now, what is cost of living index number formula? Very simple. Cost of living index number formula is summation IW divided by summation W. for arithmetic mean method. Simple aggregative method, summation Q1 Q0 P0 Q0 into 100. This is aggregative method, and this is what arithmetic mean method. So these are the two formulas. Not only cost of living index number, wholesale index number, consumer price index number. This is what the formula we are going to use. This is what the formula we are going to use. Okay. Yes. I hope you copied it. Okay. I hope you copied it. Yes. See, actually, cost of living index number will help us to calculate the purchasing power of a common man. Okay. What is it? Purchasing power of a common man. Cost of living index number will help us to calculate what? Purchasing power of the common man. Okay. Purchasing power of the common man. Okay. And real income of the consumer. Real income of the consumer. Okay. Real income of the consumer. Okay. Purchasing power of common man and real income of the consumer. Okay. This is what it will help. So, what is the formula for real income? Sorry, what is the formula for purchasing power? Please write down this, my dear. Let me give the formula for purchasing power. Since this chapter is full of formulas only, please listen what I'm saying and write whatever I'm writing, so that this is what is going to come in the examination. Okay. Purchasing power. I'm just going to find out purchasing power of ₹1. Okay. What is purchasing power of ₹1 is 100 divided by cost of living index into 1. This one is what? Purchasing power of ₹1. What is it? 100 divided by cost of living index number into 1. 100 divided by cost of living index number into 1. Next one is real income. What is it? Real income. What is it? What is the real income? See, real income is nothing but nominal income. The formula for that is real income is nothing but nominal income divided by index number, cost of living index number into 100. Okay. Real income is equal to what? Nominal income divided by cost of living index number. See, in the examination, this income can be found out as what? They can ask, find the real wage. I hope you heard about real wage. This is real wage formula only, my dear. What exactly is the meaning of real wage? I will tell you. I will tell you the meaning of real wage. Let me explain. For example, you are earning 500 rupees. Okay, you are earning 500 rupees. You are earning 500 rupees. So when you are earning 500 rupees, the cost of living index number is 150. Earning 500 rupees, but the cost of living index number is 150. The cost of living index is 150. Actually, now we have to find out what exactly the real income is. Now look at this, my dear. Actually, the number it is given 500. The number it is given what? 500. The number it is given 500. Okay, the note 500 rupees note I am going to receive. But whether the value is 500, that we need to calculate. Whether the value is 500, because cost of living index is what? 150 is the cost of living index. So let me check whether my value is 500 or not. It is nothing but 500 divided by 150 into 100. What is it? 500 divided by 150 into 100 according to the formula. 500 divided by 150 into 100. I'm getting 333 rupees. See, actually for namesake, I'm earning 500 rupees. For namesake, I'm earning 500 rupees. But based on the index number, actually how much I'm earning? I'm earning the equivalent value 333 rupees only I'm earning. See, 500 rupees, yes, of course. For example, in the companies also, we think, wow, I got the income. Wow, I got the increment. Okay. Wow, I got the increment. Yes, I'm getting the increment. There's that so many things you're talking about. Okay, increment we are getting. But whether the increment is based on cost of living index number or not, that we need to check. For example, last year you're earning 10,000 rupees. This year you're earning 12,000 rupees. Wow, sir. Last year I was earning 10,000, sir. This year I'm earning 12,000, sir. So that means 2,000 rupees increment I got, sir. Very good, my dear. But when the index number last year from 100, it became 130. Okay. Now I have to calculate whether this increment, the 2,000 rupees, is a proper one or not. If I have to find out that, what I will be doing, my dear, I will be just doing income divided by index number into 100. So I'm earning 10,000 rupees. Fine. Last year I'm earning 10,000 rupees. See, if I have to maintain the same standard of living, so I should have equivalent value of 10,000 rupees. Let me check whether I'm earning 12 or 10,000 rupees or not. This time, what is it? 130, sorry, into 100 is equal to 12,000 divided by 130 into 100, which is nothing but 9230. Wow. See, actually, what happened, I got 2,000 rupees increment. I got 2,000 rupees increment. Actually, when I calculate the real rate, of course, 800 rupees got reduced now. So, if I have to maintain the same standard of living, I should get the equivalent amount. See, this is what, my dear, this is index number. That income should be what? Increase based on my index number. Okay, based on my index number, the income should be
Yes. Sorry.
my income should be what? Based on the index number. Here, my index number is 130 and the income is 12,000 rupees. Actually, I'm earning 9230, which is 800 rupees less than what I was earning last year. Which is 800 rupees less than what I was earning last year. Is that clear, my dear? Fine. So, this is what our real wage is. And the cost of living index number will help us to calculate the real wage. Okay, cost of living index number will help us to calculate the real wage. Okay, yes. Now, next one. See, in this chapter, the very important part is calculating the dearness allowances, etc., etc. Okay, I will do one sum based on this when I start with this numericals. But just remember the dearness allowances. This is very. These are the real income topic is very important. Sum can be asked. Next one is what cost of living index number can be asked directly. Sometimes dearness allowances calculation can be asked. So these are the small, very important type of questions. Okay, sir, if I prepare this much, will it be enough, sir? Of course, my dear. At least this much you prepare and you go. Okay. Next one. Next one. Here, next one is next formula. Let me just tell you. Base shifting index number. Base shifting index number. Sir, what is base shifting, sir? See, guys, for example, it is given 1991, 1992, sorry, 1993, 1994, 1995. Okay, and the index numbers are as follows: 100, 110, 115, 118. Okay, and 123. It is like this. Okay, so now all the index numbers are based on 1991. Each and every index number is what based on 1991 because the base year index is 100. Therefore, the index is based on what 1991. The index is based on 1991. Now, if the question is asked, say I have to convert, I have to change the base to 1993. That is, we have to change this. I have to shift the base from 1991 to 1993. So what I will get? I will get the new index number. I have to find out the new index number based on 1993. That is 19, taking 1993 as a base, we have to calculate the index number. We are taking 1993 as a base, we have to calculate the index number. Okay. Yes. What will come? So 100 divided by 150 into 100. What is it? 100 divided by 115 into 100. Yes. Sorry. Again, 86.95. This is my new index based on 1993. So what exactly we are doing? What exactly we are doing, sir? What exactly we are doing is this 100 is what exactly the 100 is? Sir, 100 is nothing but old index number, sir. 100 is old index number, sir. Divided by this 115. What is 115? Again, old index of new base. Old index of the new base here. Is that right, my dear? See, You yourself can derive the formula. Okay, you yourself can derive the formula. So this is the formula, my dear. Actually, the index number, that is old index divided by old index number of the base year. That's it. Okay, and whatever this we are getting, this is new index number. Okay, fine. Let me rub everything. Now I'm going to write the formula. Okay, let me write the formula. What exactly the formula is? So base shifting. Okay, base shifting method. Okay, base shifting method. Index number, base shifting method. What is it? You know, old index number by old index number of new base to 100. Okay. Yes. What is index number for base shifting method? Old index number divided by old index number of the new base into 100. Guys, please at least write down all the formulas. Please mug up all the formulas. It will be handy during exam time. Okay, it will be handy during exam time. Okay. Next one. This is base shifting index number. Next one is fixed base index number. What is it, my dear? Fixed base index. What is it? Fixed base index. That is, I'm just going to call it as FBI. What is FBI? Is fixed base index. What is FBI? Is fixed base index. Okay, fixed base index. Okay, and also we are going to talk about CBI. Okay, don't think that this is Federal Bureau of Investigation. This is Central Bureau of Investigation. Not like that, my dear. Fixed base index and chain base index. Okay, fixed base index and the chain base index. Okay, fine. Remember, this is very important MCQ. For first year, CBI and FBI are same. For the first year, CBI and the FBI are same. Okay. Next formula. FBI, that is fixed base index for any year. Fixed base index for any year. Fixed base index for any year is nothing but CBI, that is chain base index. Okay, chain base index for the year into chain base index for the year into fixed base of the preceding year. Okay, chain base index for the year, that is the current particular year, into FBA of the preceding year divided by 100. Divided by 100. This is what FBA. What is it? Fixed base index. What is it, my dear? Fixed base index. So then what is CBI, sir? Okay, what is CBI, sir? CBI is nothing but, for CBI, we need to learn the link relative also. It will be linked to each other. So link relative. What is link relative? I'll tell you. Price C. So I'll give you the formula first. Let me just give the formula for CBI. Okay. See, CBI is calculated from where I said link relative. Okay. It's calculated from link relative. Fine. Okay. Let me write the formula for link relative, my dear. So let me write the formula for chain base index, my dear. What is it? Link index for the year into link index for the year into chain base index of the preceding year. CBA of preceding year, whole divided by 100. Okay, please write this one. Link index for the year into CBA of the preceding year, the whole divided by 100. Now, what is link relative formula is? See, link relative is we need to connect the year. For example, I just give you the 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993. We need to calculate, see, 1990 is the base year, for example, base year index. We need to calculate 1991 index using 1990, 92 index using 1991, 93 index using 1992. So every index will be interconnected. Every index will be interconnected. That is what link relative, my dear. So what is link relative formula is? What is link relative formula is? Link relative formula is nothing but price relative of the current year divided by price relative of the preceding year. Price relative of preceding year into 100. Okay, price relative of the current year divided by price relative of the preceding year into 100. Fine. Next, last but not least, it is pricing index number. What is it, my dear? Splicing index number. Okay. What is splicing index number? You know, splicing index number is a process whereby two or more discontinued series of index numbers with a different base years are merged to form a new continuous series. See, what is it? You know, two discontinued series merged to form merge to form new continuous series. This is what we call it as splicing the index numbers. Okay, what is it? Splicing index number. There are two types of index. One is forward splicing we have got, other one is backward splicing we have got. Of course, there is no problem. There is not even a single sum given in the institute material, but at least if you want to learn, you can learn it from outside. At least for the theoretical purpose, you remember what is splicing index number. Okay, what is splicing index number? Two discontinuous series, we have to make it to one series, my dear, two continuous series. That is what we got splicing index number. Okay, next, the very important theoretical part we can go to do. So before that, so can you please copy these formulas? Can you please copy these formulas from base shifting? Can you please copy these formulas? Okay. Yes. Very important, very important theory question. Very important theory question, which is nothing but test of adequacy. Test of adequacy or test of consistent. What is it, my dear? Test of adequacy or test of consistency? Consistency. Very, very important, my dear. Very, very important. There are 4 tests we have got. How many tests we have got? 4 tests. First, the first one is unit test. What is the first one? Unit test. Next one is time reversal test. Third one is factor reversal test. And finally, circular test. Unit test, time reversal test, factor reversal test, and the circular test. Unit test, time reversal test, and the factor reversal test and circular test. Okay. What is unit test? Unit test is nothing but it will make sure whether it is independent of unit. See, the perfect index number is what you know. It should be independent of unit. It should be independent of unit. See, except a simple aggregative method. Except a simple aggregative method, rest all the methods, okay, except a simple aggregative method, rest all the method will follow this unit test. Okay, will follow, that is, will satisfy the unit test, will satisfy the unit test. Okay, so simple unit test is what are the, okay, what are the formulas will satisfy unit test? The formulas like except simple aggregative method, rest all the formulas will satisfy unit test. In this test of adequacy, what we need to learn, which are the formulas will satisfy the test. If you remember that, if you can remember that, I think your problem at least 1 or 2 marks you can easily be able to score. So next one is time reversal test. What is time reversal test? What is time reversal test? Time reversal test is nothing but current year on base year into base year on current year, current year on base year on current year. That is, we are just shifting the time is equal to 1. This is what time reversal test. What is it, my dear? This is what time reversal test. Okay. So the following formulas will satisfy the time reversal test. The following formulas will satisfy time reversal test. The following formulas, one is simple aggregative method. Second one is simple geometric mean price relative. Simple geometric mean price relative. Marshall Edgeworth will satisfy. And Fisher. Okay, these are the 4 formulas will satisfy the time reversal. What exactly time reversal? Let me give you example. Simple aggregative method index number is what? Sir, I know the summation P1 by summation P0. Correct? This is for what, my dear? Current year on base year. Now we are going to shift the time. Like what current year we are going to make it as base year we are going to make it as current year. That is time reversal. We are just reversing the time. Current year to base year to current year. So the formula will become what, my dear? Current year going to base year. That means what? P1, we are going to replace P1 by P0 and P0 by P1. What you are going to get? 1. Will satisfy. This is what our time reversal test, my dear. What is it? This is what our time reversal test. What is this? This is our time reversal test. Fine. Next one. Factor reversal test. What is it? Factor reversal test. Only Fisher's index number will satisfy. What is it, my dear? Only Fisher's index number will satisfy. What is factor reversal test? If we just convert price into quantity, quantity into price, that is factor. That is, we are reversing the price to quantity, quantity to price. That is what factor reversal test, my dear. Price to quantity and quantity to price. That is what factor reversal test. Yes. Now, what is it? Price index into quantity index is equal to value index. This is what factor reversal test. Price index into quantity index is equal to factor reversal test. See, only Fisher's formula will satisfy this factor reversal test. Only Fisher's formula will satisfy this factor reversal test. Okay, only Fisher's formula will satisfy factor reversal test. Okay, only Fisher's formula will satisfy the factor reversal test. Only Fisher's formula will satisfy the factor reversal test. Okay, so factor reversal test P into Q is equal to V, and that is nothing but what Fisher's formula only satisfies the factor reversal test. Fine. Last one, but not least, circular test. What is circular test? Circular test is nothing but extension of time reversal test. What is circular test? Extension of time reversal test. Okay, extension of time reversal test. What is it? Circular test is what? Extension of time reversal test. Extension of time reversal test. Okay. What is extension of time reversal test? What is extension of time reversal test? See, P01 into P10 is equal to 1. That is time reversal test. What exactly the extension of time reversal test? P01 into P12 into P23 into P34 into into Pn0. From where it starts, there we are completing, which is equal to 1. This is what time reversal test, which is extension of, sorry, this is circular test. This is extension of time reversal test. Sir, which are the formulas will satisfy, sir? Which are the formulas will satisfy, sir? One is simple aggregate of prices. One is what? Simple aggregate of prices. That is simple aggregate method will follow. Okay, one is what? Simple aggregate method, simple aggregate of prices. Second one is weighted aggregate. What is it? Second one is weighted aggregate. Weighted aggregate. Okay, second one is what? Weighted aggregate. And third one is simple geometric mean. What is third one? Is simple geometric mean of price relatives. Simple geometric mean of price relatives. What is it, my dear? Simple geometric mean of price relatives. Simple geometric mean of price relatives. See, of course, my dear, there are 4 consistency tests. There are how many consistency tests? 4 consistency tests. Out of four, Fisher's satisfy unit test, time reversal test, factor reversal test. Of course, I can tell you one thing. This is the only formula satisfies at least 3 tests. No other formula satisfies this. So therefore, I can say one of the best index number is Fisher's index number. One of the best index number is what? Fisher's index number. What is it, my dear? One of the best index number is Fisher's index number. Okay. Yes. So that's all with the theory part. That's all with the theory part of index number. That's all with the theory part of the index number. Now I request you to copy this. Okay. I request you to copy this. After completing this, what we can do is we can do some numerical sum. Okay. I hope you will be downloading those problems. It is given in the description. Please download the material, my dear. We are just going to do those problems. Please copy this. Okay. Now, before I start with those things, okay, there is a problem which are given. I would like to do one particular sum. This type of sum is very, very, very important as far as the examination point of view. This type is very important type. Just please let me write the question also. Okay, let me write the question also so that the people will not find any difficulties. Okay, net monthly salary of an employee was rupees 3,000. Net monthly salary of an employee was rupees 3,000. Okay. rupees 3,000 in 1980. In 1980. Okay. Next, the consumer price index number in 1985 is 250. The consumer price index in 1985 is 250 with base 180. With 1980 as base year. 1980 as base year. Okay. If he has to rightly compensated, then if he has to rightly compensated, then the dearness allowance to be paid. They are to be paid to the employee. Okay. Yes. See, net monthly salary of an employee was rupees 3,000 in 1980, and the consumer price index in 1985 is 250 with 1980 as the base year. If he has to rightly compensated, then dearness allowance, that is DA, sorry, DA. Dearness allowance to be paid to the employees. Dearness allowance to be paid to the employees. Okay. This type is very important type, my dear. Don't ignore this type. Very, very important type. Okay. So what exactly it is? The net monthly salary of an employee was 3,000 in 1980. See, there are 2 years. Okay, year 1980 and 1985. Okay. Now income. Income in 1980 is what? What is income in 1980? Income in 1980 is 3,000 rupees. And at that time, index number 100. Now in 1985, the index number is 250. So how much should be the dearness allowances? That means 3,000 will be the base year salary plus dearness allowance to be made. Therefore, it will be rightly compensated. He can maintain the same standard of living. This is the question. Okay, this is the question. Yes, as income increase, as index number increases, your income has to increase in the same proportion. So income and index number should be same proportion, right? So what I can do is just cross multiply, my dear. So 3,000 into 250 is equal to 3,000 plus x into 100. After this, either use your trial and error method, or you can use the opening the brackets method. Anything you can use, but of course you will get the same answer only. So what is it? 75 4 zeros and plus 100x. Okay. Now, so what is 100x is equal to 7,50,000 minus 3 lakh, which is nothing but 4,50,000. 4,50,000. So how much should be the dearness allowances, my dear? 4,500 rupees. What is the dearness allowances here? 4,500 rupees, which is very, very important, my dear. This type of problems are very, very important. Okay. I hope you copied this one. Okay. So I'm just always doing very important problems. If I just write something, then definitely it is going to be very important, my dear. Please copy this. Please copy this. Please copy this. Okay, next. One more sum I'll do of different type. That is, I can say real income type. Okay, real income type. During a certain period, cost of living index number goes up from cost of living index number goes up from of index number goes up from 110 to 200. Okay, 110 to 200, and the salary of a worker also, salary of worker also raised from rupees 325 to 500. Now my question is, the worker does not get any really gain. See, this is what happens. See, 120, the the index number 110 becomes 200, and the salary also increased. 325 becoming 500. Yes, sir. Salary also increased, sir. Very good. Salary also increased. But what exactly happens is whether the worker got the real gain or not. That's what we have to find out. Okay, that means, for example, 325 rupees he is earning. The 325 rupees is based on 100 as the base income. 325 is based on 100 as the base income. But here index number is 110. So what I'm just going to calculate is we are going to find out the real income. Okay, that employee's real income we are going to calculate. And after that, I'm just going to compare both the real income. If both the real income values are equal, both the real income values are equal, then I can come to the conclusion, yes, sir, yes, their incomes are no problem. So their income is same only. He can maintain the same standard of living. But if they are not equal, then definitely we need to check whether it is gain or loss. Fine. What is it? When the income is 325, at that time the index number is 110 into 100. 325 divided by 110 into 100. 325 divided by 110 into 100. 295.45. This is what is real income in the first year. Real wage or real income in the first year. Okay. Now, what happens in the second year? Now he is getting 500 rupees, but 200 rupees is the 200 is the income index number. So in this case, 250 rupees. Actually, when he was earning 325 rupees, he was earning a lot. But now what happens? He is losing 45.45. Okay, how he is losing, my dear? 45.45. Of course, by looking at it, you can say, sir, I got some, sir, I'm getting some increment, sir. Good, my dear, you are getting an increment. But at the same time, what happens, after getting an increment, but you are getting an increment, but based on the index number, whether the increment is proper or not, that we have to identify, yes, of course, which is not proper. So actually, I'm losing, that employee is losing 45 rupees, 45 paise. So this is the very, very important type of, these two types of questions are very, very important type, my dear. Let us not ignore both the types. Okay, let us not ignore both the types. The theory questions, of course, you need to follow. After following the theory questions, this is what we need to learn, my dear. This is what we need to learn. Is that clear? Yes. So index number introduction is almost got over now. Only the numericals are pending. We'll be starting with the numerical. We'll do one thing now. Time is 12:15. We'll have 10 minutes small break. Then we will come back and we'll start to continue with the index number. Okay, we'll start continuing with the index number, numerical sums. Then after that, I'll be doing the time series. Okay, after that, I'll be doing the time series. Okay, yes. Sharp 12:15. We'll 12:25. We'll start again. Yes. Welcome back. Now, so index number, the theory part is over now. We are going to start with the numerical part. Before we start with the numerical part, let me just complete time series theory also, so that I can wind up both the things together. Okay, time series. See, as far as time series is concerned, it's actually speaking for the students. Okay, for the students who are from the like non-mathematics background, for them this time series is going to be what like scoring part. See, it's only pure theoretical part. It's only pure theoretical thing. There is nothing new here. Sir, I have seen so many example problems in the textbook, sir. So they are very lengthy, sir. So this kind of lengthy sums and all will take time to solve in the examination, sir. Of course, my dear, it will take a lot of time to solve. But at the same time, in the institute, they are not going to give such kind of problems. Maybe what? One or two data they can give, but not the entire, like what 3 years moving average, 5 years moving average, split table to be prepared, from there a least square method to be applied. So that is not possible, my dear. If that question is given now, it will take 20 minutes to solve. For 1 mark, we cannot spend 20 minutes. Okay, that's what yesterday I was talking about. One thing, that is, you should know when to say no. That is very important thing. So if you see that this is going to be a waste of time, sir, immediately come out of it. Immediately come out of it. Don't waste your time in that. Okay. Now, time series. What exactly the time series is all about? Okay, what exactly time series is all about? Time series is like it's a very very simple and important thing. Okay, time series is statistical data that are arranged and presented in a chronological order. It's a statistical data it's a statistical data. Okay, it's a statistical data arranged in chronological order. Okay, arranged and presented in chronological order. Arranged and presented in chronological order. Okay, it's a statistical data arranged and presented in chronological order. Okay, it's arranged and presented in chronological order. Okay, now listen here, my dear. So let us learn one thing. See, there is first we need to start with what is the examination point, which just I'm going to do it. Components. What is it? Components of time series. What is it, my dear? Components of time series. This is the first part we need to start. Okay, components of time series. First part we need to start. Yes, what is components of time series? Actually, there are 4 components. How many components, my dear? 4 components. How many components are there? 4 components are there. Okay, 4 components are there. The 4 components are the first component. The first one is what? Long-term movement, or see, long-term or secular or simply trend. This is the first component. Okay, this is the first component. And this we are going to denote it as, T. This we are going to denote it as what? T. This is the first component. Okay, this is the first component. Now, what exactly the second component is? See, first one is what? Long-term or secular trend. Okay, long-term or secular trend, or simply I can call it as what? Trend. Next one is seasonal variation. What is it? Seasonal variation, which is nothing but S. Okay, seasonal variation, which is nothing but S. Fine, which is nothing but S. Next is, after seasonal variation, we have cyclical variation. Okay, and we take it as C. And finally, after cyclical variation, see long-term or secular trend, seasonal variation, cyclical variation. Next one is last but not least, irregular trend. What is it? Irregular trend. What is it, my dear? Irregular trend. This I'm going to denote it as I. What is it, my dear? This I'm going to denote it as I. First one is long-term, seasonal variation, cyclical variation, irregular trend. Okay, seasonal variation, cyclical variation, and irregular trend. So let us understand what is meant by long-term. That is what secular trend. That is trend. Let us understand this. Okay. See what exactly the long-term trend and all. What is it? The best example what I can tell you is population of a country. See how we are taking the census and all. We take it for 10 years. Okay, over a period of time we are taking it. It is not that every year we are not going for census. Okay, what we are doing, we are taking census for every 10 years. So it is population of a country. The long term. That's just an example. Okay, it's just an example. The secular trend is the long term tendency to the time series. See, it is actually what? Long term tendency to the time series. Okay, to the time series, move in an upward or downward direction. Okay, move in upward or downward direction. Okay, yes, long term tendency. See, actually, the example what I can give is population of a country. See, we don't take a census every year, my dear. Okay, of course, you understand. If we don't take it every year, we take it in what? We take it in what? Every 10 years. So that is secular trend. Okay. Next one is what? Due to modern technology, what happens? Agricultural and industrial is booming. Na? Agricultural and industrial is booming due to modern technology. Agricultural and industrial is booming. That is also not calculated overnight. It is actually what? It is a long process. What is it? It is a long process. And finally, what health facilities, etc. Anything you take it for long process, yes, that comes under long-term or secular trend. That is comes under long-term or secular trend. Next one is seasonal variation. Okay, seasonal variation. Like what during the season only we'll get the sale or something. So that comes under seasonal variation. So can you say one example? Okay, can you say an example? Or otherwise, over span of years, seasonal variation takes place due to rhythmic forces which operate a regular and periodic manner. Actually, it is what regular and periodic manner. See, of course, what is exactly the meaning of regular and periodic manner? I'll tell you. See, we know every April and May and is going to be summer season. April, May, June is going to be summer season. Okay, from July onwards, rain starts. Okay, actually, Bombay and all June rain starts. Chennai and all November, December is the rainy period. So every year, see, but the December across India, December means it's a winter season. So we know it. This is what seasonal variation. For example, if I'm talking about mango is available only in the month of what? April, May. Okay, sir. In my place, even today also it is available, sir. See, I'm talking about the season. Rarely it available. We call it a seasonal fruits. What do we call, my dear? We call those fruits as what? Seasonal fruits. It is available during season only. So this regular or that is sale during the season will be high. Sale during the season will be high. That is what we are going to denote it in seasonal variation. What you are going to do, my dear? Seasonal variation. So can I say cold drink sale? Can I say cold drink sale, my dear? Can I say cold drink sale? What is cold drink sale of cold drinks is nothing but a seasonal variation. Okay, and the sale of sweets during Diwali and Christmas, it is going to be on the highest side. Okay, so sale of restaurant and eateries during Navratri. Yes, of course. So these are the examples which are already given. We are given in the institute in our textbook also. But the same textbook, same examples are very nice examples, my dear. Regular or periodic means what? It's a sale of cold drinks. Let me take an example, sale of cold drinks. Because during summer season, the sale will be on the higher side, but during winter season and the rainy season, the sale will be not on the higher side, it will be on the lower side. Okay. Next, third one is cyclical variation. What is it, my dear? Cyclical variation. What exactly the cyclical variation is? Fine. Wait. Let me just have a small adjustment. Yes. What is cyclical variation? It is like what, it is a business cycle, my dear. That is what it changes during business cycle, okay? There are always what ups and downs, okay? Business cycle. The example what I can give you, that is cyclic variations vary for a period of 7 to 9 years, okay? Period of 7 to 9 years. Like, as the generation changes, that priority also changes, my dear. For example, when we were young, that is when I was in college, like what, when at your age, so we used to go to STD booth and the PCO to call the people. Okay, now there is no STD, PCO and all. The trend has changed. The same way, I can give you one more example. In my college, there is a Konica, that is photo developing work, was actually it's a big work, okay, and it's like there will be so many people who got employment in that Konica, that some photo studios and all. Now there are no studios at all. Where is studios? There is no studio because we own our own phones and cameras and we are just shooting everything. So there is no video, there is no studio at all. There is no studio at all. See, over a span of time, everything is changes. So that is what we call it a cyclic variation. What do we call, my dear? Cyclic variations. Okay, it is called what? Cyclic variation. I can have it as in 4 phases. Okay, I can say I can have it in 4 phases. Okay, this I can have it in 4 phases. One is what, the first phase. What I can say is prosperity boom. Okay. See, the lifestyle before 20, 30 years was something different, and today's lifestyle is something different, my dear. There is prosperity boom. Next one is recession. Third one is depression. And finally, recovery. Okay. So, see, oscillating movements, which are, see, listen here, it has got 4 phases. These are the 4 phases. Okay, it has got 4 phases. One is a proper prosperity boom, recession, depression, and finally what? Recovery. Okay. So cyclical variation, please vary a period of 7 to 9 years. That's a very, very important MCQ, my dear. Vary a period of 7 to 9 years. Next one is regular trend, or I can call it as random. Or I can call it as what? Random or regular trend, irregular trend, random or irregular trend. Season is what? Season is what? Actually regular. Season is what? Regular. But this is irregular. What exactly irregular, I'll tell you, my dear. What exactly? The current example I can give you. See, that is, we are just started doing business and it has started growing, slowly started growing, and suddenly there is a corona phase. March 23rd, the lockdown was announced and everyone was at home, were at home, and no business, nothing. It was a big lockdown. Still, we are suffering to come out of that recession, actually speaking. But it is not happening every now and then, my dear. It is not regular. It is irregular. See, because of this business loss, everything happened. Not only that. So suddenly there is an earthquake. Okay, for example, last week there was cyclone in Tamil Nadu. There is Chennai area and all got affected, severely got affected. Yes, the smooth functioning got disturbed, my dear. So this is what we call it as irregular trend. What is it called? Irregular trend. Okay, these variations are what, due to floods. Okay, due to floods, wars, earthquakes, etc., etc. See, flood, wars, earthquake, okay, cyclone. See, this is not happening every now and then, my dear. It is irregular one only, na. It is not happening every now and then. So today there is a war, tomorrow there is a flood. It is not like that. It's an irregular trend. Because of that, our business, of course, getting affected. Of course, our business getting affected. The trend was getting affected, my dear. The trend is getting affected. So that is what we call it as irregular trend. What is it? Irregular trend. Okay. Yes. Next. This is what irregular trend. So these are the 4 components. In the question can be asked like this, my dear. What are the components? How many components are there in time series? You can say, sir, there are 4 components in time series, sir. Okay. And you know all the 4 components also. One is long term or secular, or simply I can call it as trend. Second one is seasonal variation. Third one is cyclical variation. And the fourth one is irregular trend. What is it, my dear? Irregular trend. Okay. Yes. Now, see, there are methods to study seasonal variation first. Okay, there are methods to study secular trend first. Let us learn. Okay, let us learn the secular trend. Yes, measurement of secular trend. Measurement of secular trend. Okay, measurement of secular trend. What is measurement of secular trend? The first method is how to measure the secular trend. The first one is graphical or freehand. This is first method, graphical or freehand. Second one is method of semi-averages. What is it? Method of semi-averages. Okay, method of semi-averages. Third one is method of moving averages. Method of moving averages. I hope you remember what is method of moving in semi-averages also. We have got odd and even terms. Correct, na? Odd terms and even terms. That possibility is there. Moving averages, we have got 3 years moving average, we have got 4 years moving average, and we have got 5 years moving average in our syllabus. Okay. Last but not least, what is it? Least square method. What exactly, my dear? Least square method. What is it? Least square method. Yes, of course, you remember what is least square method? Y is equal to a plus bx. What is y is equal to a plus bx? What is least square method, my dear? Y is equal to a plus bx. Okay, that is what our y is equal to a plus bx. And what is a? Summation y by n. And what is b? Summation xy by summation x square. This is what our b. I hope you know how to find out by using least square method. So these are the measurements, okay, of secular trend. These are the 4 measurements of secular trend. One is graphical or freehand, method of semi-averages, method of moving averages, least square method. That is y is equal to a plus bx, a is equal to summation y by n, and b is equal to summation xy by y square. Of course, you might have come across with these type of problems also. Yes, in the examination, yes, they may ask. Next is method to study seasonal variation. Method to study seasonal variation. One is simple average method. What is the first one, my dear? Simple average method. Second one is ratio to trend method. Third one is ratio to moving average method. And last one is link relatives method. Okay. Yes. So these are the points to be remembered, my dear. These are the points to be remembered before we start with time series questions. At least this must see more to come. Actually, methods of models of time series and all coming, but still, at least this much if you learn, it will give you surely very good marks, my dear, in time series and yeah, that's sorry, in time series. Next one is models. Okay, what is it? Models of time series. What is models of time series? See, what is models of time series? Models of time series, there are 2 models, my dear. In time series, there are 2 models. One is additive model and other one is multiplicative model. What is it, my dear? Additive model. The other one is what? Multiplicative model. Okay, one is additive model and other one is what? Multiplicative model. What is additive model is equal to? Additive model is secular trend plus seasonal variation plus cyclical variation plus irregular trend. Yeah, plus irregular trend. So this is what? Models of time series. That is additive. And what is multiplicative is y is equal to secular into seasonal into cyclical into irregular. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is models of time series. What is it, my dear? This is what we call it as models of time series. What do we call? Models of time series. Okay. Yes. Now, here, this is what? Multiplicative model is used frequently. What is used frequently, my dear? Multiplicative model is used frequently. Multiplication model, which is more suited, most business and economic time series data for the purpose of decomposition. Okay. Yes. Now, see, at least these are the points. Okay, these are the points that have to be remembered before we start with the theory questions. Okay. Yes. Now, let me just start with the numericals. I hope you are ready now to do the numericals. I hope you have already started doing it on your own. Okay, I hope you already started doing it on your own. So let me just start now. Take the index numbers. Hope you have downloaded it. First, index number. Yes. Let me read question number 1. Weighted geometric mean is a relative formula to satisfy dash test. Weighted geometric mean of the relative formula satisfy dash test. Okay, weighted geometric mean of relative formula satisfy what test, my dear? I think it's a circular test. See, I hope you remember it. Look at this. Yes. Weighted aggregate. Is that right, my dear? Weighted aggregate of the geometric mean, where it is actually, there is any other, this is Fisher's only formula. Okay. Yes. So it is circular test, my dear. What exactly it is? Circular test. Okay. What is it? Circular test. Next one. Laplace method and Paget's method do not satisfy. See, Laplace method, Paget's method do not satisfy. See, it satisfies unit test, of course. Why? Except simple aggregative method, is all the methods are satisfying unit test. So it of course satisfies unit test. Time reversal test, no. Factor reversal test, no. Actually, the option is only D. It is not A, B, and C is wrong. Only B and C. A actually, of course, Laplace and Paget both satisfies unit test actually. So B and C is the right answer. What is the right answer, my dear? B and C is the right answer. Next, sum number 3. Fisher's index number based on first option A is the arithmetic mean of Laplace and Paget. No, sir. Arithmetic mean on Laplace and Paget is Dorbish and Bowlish, not Fisher's arithmetic mean. Next one. The median, no way. The mode, no way. And finally, what? Geometric mean of Laplace and Paget. Of course, you know. Fisher's formula is what? Root of L into P. What is Fisher's formula? Root of L into P. Next step. Purchasing power of money. See, purchasing power of money is nothing but reciprocal of price index number, my dear. That is what our purchasing power of money. For example, if 100 is the price index, then purchasing power is what? 1 by 100. It is reciprocal of price index number. Option A. Chain index is equal to link relative of current year into chain based index of current year divided by 100. Yes. Now listen here, my dear. Which is the formula? I think you remember the chain based index formula. What is the chain index formula is? Let me take. Yes. What is it? Link relate of the for the year into CB of the preceding year into 100. So what will come, my dear? It is actually what you know. C is the right answer. Link relative of the current year into chain index of the previous year divided by 100. Option C. Next one. The formula should be independent of unit in which or for which the price and quantities are quoted in. Okay, listen here, my dear. The formula should be independent of unit. In which, see, in which formula we are testing whether it is unit test. We are testing with what? Unit test only, my dear. So option A is the right answer. Option A is the right answer. The formula for conversion to current value, that is deflated value, is equal to price index of the current year by previous value. Price index of the current year by previous value. Option A is the right answer. Next, circular test is the extension of time reversal test. Okay. Unit test is satisfied by Fisher's index, Laplace index, simple geometric mean, and Bowley's index number. Everything it satisfies, my dear. Actually speaking, option D cannot come there. It should be all of these, because unit test what? Except simple aggregative method. Oh, sorry. Option C is there a simple geometric mean of price relatives. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. It doesn't apply. Simple geometric mean of price relatives. No. Option C. Next is the best average construction of index number. Wow. Which is the best average? Is nothing but geometric mean, my dear. Option B. 11th one. The Pache's and Fisher index number are 169 and 156 respectively. Then Laplace indexes. Yes. Now listen here. The Pache's and Fisher index number of the 1 year 160. Fisher's is given as what? 156. Pache's is given as what? 169. Now, then last price index number is. Then we have to find out what last price index number. We know what is Fisher's formula is. Root of 156. Sorry. Root of last price and Pache's. Is that right? So which is nothing but last price and 169. Correct? So 156 square is equal to last price into Pache's. Okay. See, I think this is 13. 13s are, and this is what you know. Actually, yes, of course, you can do it, but still use the calculator and get the answer. You will be getting 12 square, which is 144. So our answer is going to be 144. Use the calculator and get it. Okay, L is equal to 144. 12th sum. Purchasing power of money, we have already done it. What is the reciprocal of price relatives? Next is number of tests of adequacy is. Sir, there are 4 tests of adequacy, sir. Yes, my dear. Option D. Factor reversal test is satisfied by only Fisher's index number. Factor reversal test satisfied only by what? Fisher's index number. Option A. 15. During the certain period, cost of living index number goes up from 110 to 200. For the salary of worker is also raised from 330 to 500. I think the same problem we have done. Right? But instead of 325, here it is 330. That is the only difference. Instead of 325, it is here 330. That is the only difference. So what I can make, this I'll make it as 330. So if I cancel it, I'm just going to get it as what? 300. Right now, real income, the same question only, my dear. So now 350. How much we are losing? 50 rupees we are losing. So therefore, option A, loss by 50 rupees. Loss by 50 rupees. Same question. 16. The year 2005, the wholesale price index number is 286 with 1985 base year. Then how much price have increased in 2005 to comparison of 1985? Listen here, my dear. 1985. Okay, there is a mistake. Comparison to 1985. Look at this. In 1995, in 2005, the whole price index number is 286. Okay. Now in 1995, as a base, 100. Now look at this, my dear. How much is increased? 186% increase. How much is increased, my dear? 186% increase. So how much is increased? 186% increase. Okay, 186% increase. See, there is a mistake in the question. You have to change it. It is not 1985. You change it to 1995. Okay, 186% got increased, my dear. Fine. Now come to time series. Full theory. Yes. Damages due to floods, drought, strikes, fire, and political disturbances are what? Irregular trends. Are what? Irregular trends. They are not regular. Next, the additive model of time series. Of course, my dear, y is equal to t plus s plus c plus I. Option A. C is same question only. They are asking damages due to flood, etc. That is irregular trend. The rise and fall of a time series over periods longer than 1 year is called. It is secular trend. It is right. It is what? Secular trend. The rise and the fall of a time series over a period longer than 1 year is called what? Secular trend. Next, a time series has four components. A time series has four components. Next, the rise and the fall of, I think that's only we did. The time series has four components. Same question is getting repeated. Next one. When the sale of cold drink increase in summer and decrease in winter, an example of what? Seasonal variation. Fine. Ninth one. Seasonal variations take place within 1 year. That is what seasonal variation. It should take place within 1 year. The fire in a factory is example of what? Irregular variations. What is it, my dear? Irregular variations. See, these are the few questions. These are the few questions which was asked in MTPs. Okay. So from MTPs only we have solved each and every question, my dear. So as of now, the topic, the entire statistics got over. Okay, the entire statistics got over. Now the time to start with logical reasoning, your favorite, and quite simple also. I think most of the people are waiting for logical reasoning, and not only waiting, they might have already solved it. There are few sums you may be expecting my explanation. For that you are waiting, that I can understand. Okay. So now let us start with logical reasoning, my dear. I hope you are ready now. Yes. Yes. Logical reasoning. First, let me give a small introduction about logical reasoning, my dear. Let me give a small introduction about logical reasoning. See, in our logical reasoning, as far as CA foundation is concerned, our logical reasoning has got 5 subtopics. I can understand many people are depending on this logical reasoning only. So one is number series. Number series, coding, decoding. Number series, coding, decoding. This is the first chapter. Second one is direction test. Third one is seating arrangement. Fourth one is blood relation, and the fifth one is syllogism. These are the 5 topics. Okay. Now, in number series, coding, decoding, direction, sir, which one is very important? So see, all are equally important. Total 20 questions are expected from this. 20 questions are expected from logical reasoning. But so far, in the last few exams, from the direction chapter, they were asking more number of questions than any other topic. Like for example, minimum 6 questions they are asking. Every time they are asking 6 questions. Okay. See, out of 20 means how you will calculate, sir, each topic 4, sir. No. From direction they are asking 6 questions. So far, this time they may change. It may change. Okay, they can change the pattern. It is not necessary that they have to use the same pattern. Okay, institute definitely you cannot predict anything. So, and so far what happened, that much only I'm telling you. The last previous question papers and all, you got 6 questions from direction. Okay. So now, of course, let me start with the first topic, number series. Let me start with the first topic, number series. Okay, let me start with the first topic, number series. Guys, number series, actually what happens, it is, you need to divide this number series. One is increasing, other one is decreasing series, and third one is mixed series. That is increasing and decreasing. Okay. So in increasing decreasing series, it is what the series may be additive or multiplicative. When it comes to increasing and decreasing, this is nothing but when it comes to increasing and decreasing, it is nothing but mixture of two series. There will be two series you need to identify. When you see increasing, decreasing, for example, the series is like this: 3, 2, 5, 5, okay, 7, 8. What? Look at this. Starting with 3, again 2, 3 increases, 2 decreases, again 5, equal 5, 7, 8, it is like this. So this type of series becomes a mixture of series. Okay, at least minimum 2 series will be there. How to check? Look at this. 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 2, 7, 7 plus 2, 9. This is one series. Okay. Now 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 3, 8. It is mixture of two series. Okay, it is mixture of two series. So whenever you see number series question, first you need to identify what type of series it is. Okay, what type of series it is, whether it is increasing, decreasing, or increasing and decreasing. That is one thing. In number series, there is one more type of questions can be asked, which is nothing but odd man out. What is it, my dear? Odd man out. What exactly? Odd man out. Okay. Yes. What is it? Odd man out. Okay. What is it? Odd man out. Fine. Odd man out means what? One sequence will be given to you. That among the sequence, any one number can be misplaced. Okay. So that odd man out, of course, my dear, in the examination, odd man out may take more time. Okay. Odd man out may take more time. So you have to be very careful before you attend the odd man out question. Of course, odd man out questions, little time consuming only. It may take, I'm not telling definitely it is going to take. No. Few odd man out questions are takes little more time, my dear. And also there is one more thing. Okay, in this MTP they have included continuous series. Okay, of course, if you are from JK Shah classes, they have covered all the three types. Okay, but in institute material, this continuous series question is not there in the exercise. Only one question was given in the example. Okay, question was not there in the exercise. Only one question was given in the example. Okay, of course, many people ignore this continuous series, and so far not even a single question asked from continuous series. From continuous series, not even a single question asked. So there is a chance of coming this time, and there is no chance of coming this time. But what we need to do, let us prepare for the worst scenario, then let us hope for the best one. Okay. Yes. Now let me start with the first question. Number series. Are you ready? Because there is no introduction, nothing. It is only what we have to do practice. Okay. First one is find the missing term of the number series 24, 60, 120, 210 and missing term. Yes, this one how to do it, I'll tell you. Look at this, my dear. First, sir, this is increasing sequence, sir. This is increasing sequence. Increasing sequence means additive or multiplicative. Increasing means what? Additive or multiplicative. So by looking at the increment, it is compulsory. It is actually what? Additive only. Why? There is not huge increase. So slowly it increases. Therefore, it is additive sequence. What is it, my dear? Additive sequence. Yes, if this is additive sequence and increasing, always you just start with this, my dear. Find the difference. What is it? Sir, 36, sir. What is next? 60, sir. What exactly next? 90, sir. 36, 60, 90. Still, I'm not in the position to take the call. This is the first layer. Most of the time, from the first layer itself, you will get the answer. Sometimes you may not get the answer in the first layer. You may have to go to the second layer. What is second layer? Further, you find the difference. What is it? 24, 30. Right now? 36 plus 24, 60 plus 30. So from here, I myself take the call. Why it can't be I'm taking the call. Why it can't be? 24 plus 6 is 30. 30 plus 6 is what? 36. 90 plus 36 is, what is 90 plus 36 is? It is 126, right? Now, see, 24 plus 36, 60 plus 24 plus 36, 60, 60 plus 60 is 90. Okay, 120 plus 90 is 210. 210 plus 126 is going to be my missing term. What is it, my dear? The missing term is nothing but 210 plus 126, 336. We need to check whether it is there in the option or not. Yes, sir, it is there in the option. Therefore, my way of approach is perfect. Option is B. See, you may also get the same 336. Sir, but I just assumed something, sir. This I calculated, sir, that I calculated, but I got 336. Please proceed further, my dear. This is what actually what I can tell you. Uniform method only I can tell you. Individual methods are something different. Okay, individual methods are something different. One person can follow some other method. He can just assume, okay, 24 and 336. Somehow he will do it. But this is uniform method of approaching the number series problem. Okay. Yes. Come to sum number 2. What is sum number 2 is? Find the missing term of the number. What is that? 48, 24, 96, 48, 192, dash. Yes, sir. This is increasing, decreasing, sir. First one started with 48, sir. Suddenly decreased to 24, sir. Then directly 96, sir. Again decreases to 48, sir. Then 192. It is increasing, decreasing. So it is mixture of series, sir. Minimum 2 series will be there. Yes, let me identify the series, my dear. Look at this. The series are, this is 1. Correct? What is that? 48 plus 48, 96. 96 plus 96, 192. 48, 2 times 48, it keep on increasing. This is one type of sequence. The other one is what, my dear? The other one is what? What is the other one? Yes, 24 plus 24 is 48. Right? So next one can be what? See, it is actually what, instead of plus 48, I can have like this. Into 2. Into 2. 48 2s are 96, 96 2s are 192. Now, 24 to 48, the same logic I can apply. What is it? Into 2. Okay. And next one is also what? Sir, into 2, sir. 48 into 2 is what, my dear? What is 48 into 2? Sir, 96, sir. So my answer is what? 96, option C. Yes, of course. This is multiplicative. This is what actually multiplicative series at the same time what increasing and decreasing. What is it? Increasing as well as decreasing. Okay. Yes. Next one. Third one. What third question is? Find the odd man out. Okay. What is it? Find the odd man out. What is it? 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15. What is it? 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15. Odd man out. See, of course, my dear. Immediately first what will say? Sir, plus 2, plus 2, plus 1. See? Plus 2, plus 2, plus 1, plus 2. And again, you may be expecting what? Again, plus 2 only. Because 2 2's 1. 2 2's 1. That is what should come. But here what happens, sir, it is actually, I needed 16, sir, but came 15, sir. Therefore, my odd man out is 15. Actually, what is needed, my dear? I needed 16. But what exactly came 16? Therefore, is odd man out? 15. There is another method of doing it. Look at this. What is the other method? Look at this. 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15. See, I can just make it like this. 3 sequences. Like 7, 9, 11. 2, 2, 2 is the difference. 12, 14, 15. I need 2, 2, 2 is the difference. But 2, 2, 2 and 1 is the difference is coming. That is one way of approaching. The other way, these three numbers, all the three numbers are even numbers. Sorry, odd numbers. And here, the next three group, I can expect odd numbers. Sorry, even numbers. But two odd, one even. So definitely what? Minus of this. Okay. Anyway, you can take the call, my dear. Anyway, you can take the call. Okay. Next, come to fourth one. Find the odd man out of the series. 37, 45, 49, 65, 79. Okay. 37, 45, 49, 65, 79. Now I need to find out the odd man out. Okay. I need to find out the odd man out. Immediately what you'll think, sir? We'll check about it, sir. Plus 8, sir. Plus 4, sir. And suddenly what? Plus 16, sir. Plus 14, sir. See, 8, 4, 16, something has come, but suddenly it reduces to 14. So, definitely what, additive series is not helping me. So, let me apply some other idea. After looking at the number, I am taking the call, except 45. No other number is divisible by 3. Except 45, no other number is divisible by 3. So, I can say odd man out is 45. Are you getting my point, my dear? See, first we have to check the additive or multiplicative, which is not satisfying. Therefore, I'm just applying this idea. Okay, even number, odd number, multiplicative, something I'm just finding. Yes, except 45 is nothing, none of the numbers are what? Divisible by 45, sorry, divisible by 3. So therefore, 45 is my odd man out because there is only number which is divisible by 3. Okay, next, the fifth one. Find the missing number. What is it? 22, 24, 28, dash, 52, 84. It's very simple. I think you already got this. Plus 2, plus 4. Then 32, plus 32, right? So of course, the 2 square, 2 cube, 2 power 4, 2 power 5. It is going like this. Is that right, my dear? This is what there. See, second layer, there is a sequence. What is second layer sequence? Is 2, 2 square, 2 cube, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, etc. Now, yes, tell me, my dear, what exactly the answer is? 28 plus 8 is 36. 36 plus 16 is 52. Yes, it satisfies. Therefore, our answer is what, my dear? 36. What is the answer for 50 and 51? 36. Okay. Yes, next one. Sum number 6. Find the missing number. What is it? Find the missing number. What is it? 1, 5, 13, 25, 41. I think it seems very simple. Yes. What is it? Plus 4, plus 8, plus 12, plus 16. Sir, second layer is keep on increasing by 4, sir. So next one is plus 20, sir. So which is 61, sir. Over. Option C. What is it, my dear? Option C. Okay. Seventh sum. Yeah, nice one. What is it? 17, 14, 15, 12, 13. Okay, two missing terms. Of course, sir, it is increasing, decreasing, sir. Then it is what? Two series. Yes. What is the first series, my dear? What is the first series? 17 plus 2. Sorry, 17 minus 2. What I'm doing? 15 minus 2. 13 minus 2. What is 13 minus 2 is 11. Next is second one, second sequence. 14 minus 2, 12 minus 2. What is it? Sir, 10, sir. So 10 and 11. So my answer is 10, 11. The missing terms are what? 10, 11. The missing terms are what? 10, 11. Option A. What is it? Option A. Next one. Find out odd man out of the series. 5, 27, 61, 122, 213, 340, 509. Yes. Fine. So let us, can anyone help me out, my dear? What is it, sir? Let me just check, sir. Just I'm checking, okay? Plus 22. And plus 34. Into 2. That is plus 61. And 213 is the calculator. What is it? 213 minus 122. 91. 340 minus 213. 127. 169. Okay. Is there any relation you are getting? Sir, it is plus 8, sir. Sorry. It's plus 12. Plus 12. And 27. 30. 127 minus 91. 36. 169 minus 127. 42. Wow. Yes, sir. Something I got it, sir. What is it? This is 12. Okay. And here suddenly what happened? 27. The rest is what? 30, 36, 42. Okay. And here I'm expecting 24. Sir, why is that 24? Because look at this. 6, 6 is the difference. But here suddenly what exactly happened? Difference is only 3. But rest everywhere what 6 was the difference. Now suddenly difference is 3. So therefore 24. So this can be what? 24. Okay, this can be what? 24. So 61 minus 24. 37. Okay, 61 minus 37. So 27 is my odd man out, my dear. What is odd man out? 27 is our odd man out. Okay, actually 24 needed, but we got 27. So 27 is our odd man out. What is our odd man out? 27 is our odd man out. Okay, of course. I told you now there are few problems in odd man out will take a lot of time. So these are the reasons, my dear. Okay, these are the reasons. Fine. Okay, next one. Sum number 9. Okay, this is what I'm calling it as continuous series. This is what I'm calling it as continuous series. Look at this. What is given? A dash C. A dash C dash B A dash C A dash C B. If these type of continuous sequences are coming now, so what we have to do, just count everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Okay, there are how many terms, my dear? 12 terms. So 12 term means I can make it as what? 6, 6 of 2 groups, 4, 4 of 3 groups, 3, 3 of 2, 4 groups, 2, 2 of 6 groups. Okay, this way I can make it. But generally, what we do is, we go for what? By looking at the alphabet, A, B, C, only 3 alphabets are involved. How many alphabets are involved? 3 alphabets are involved. Therefore, I'm going to make it as 3, 3 as one group. Like, look at this. Look at this. One group, second group, third group, and fourth group. This way, I'm going to bifurcate it. See, only A, B, C, 3 alphabets are involved. Therefore, I'm just going to make it as 3, 3 terms as a group. 3, 3 terms as a group. Now, look at this. By reading it, I can understand one thing, sir. It is actually ABC only, sir. It is coming again and again. ABC only is coming again and again. So what I will do now, sir, I'll just find out the missing terms and I'll put it, sir. That's it, sir. Here, what are the missing terms? Look at this. Sir, here B is missing, sir, because A and C is available, B is missing. Sir, here C is missing, sir. Correct? C is missing, sir. Then here B is missing, sir. And finally, sir, A is missing, sir. So my answer is B, C, B, A. What is my answer? B, C, B, A. Option D. That's it. Is that clear, my dear? See, here 3 alphabets are involved. Na? 3 alphabets are involved. Therefore, I'm just going to make it as what? 3 terms of one group. That is total 4 groups I'm getting. And A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, only the 3 alphabets are coming. So what I did is simply, okay, whichever alphabet is missing, now that I placed it, and I'm getting my answer B, C, B, A. This is what we call as continuous series. What is it called, my dear? Continuous series. Okay. Now come to sum number 10. Okay, sum number 10 is, it's very simple. 7, 11, 13, 17. Okay. 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 25, 29, dash. Wow, very difficult. What is it? Sir, this is plus 4, sir. But this is plus 2, sir. But again plus 4, sir. Again plus 2, sir. Plus 4, sir. Plus 2, sir. Plus 4, sir. Next I'm expecting plus 2, sir. So 31 is our answer. That's it. You got my point, my dear. I hope you might have done it orally, because as I always used to call, this generation, you people are more intelligent than us. So definitely you might have done it, but still. Okay. Sum number 11. Find odd man out. What is it? 41, 43, 47, 53, 61, 71, 73, 81. Okay. So let me check what is odd man out. So first, initially, what you'll do, first always people will do this only. Plus 2, the difference plus 4, plus 6, plus 8, plus 10. Next, you will be expecting what? Sir, plus 12, sir. What is it? Plus 12, sir. 71 plus 12. Okay. 71 plus 12. I'm expecting what? 83. But what I have? 12. Okay. But sorry, what I have? 73. What I have, my dear? 73. If the sequences goes on like this, if I just take it as one sequence, and this is what the idea, my dear. So here our odd man out is what? 73. Of course, 81 also not coming. But 73 is not in the option only. Okay, 73 is not in the option only. 73 is not in the option. Therefore, there is some other mistake what we are committing is actually 73 could have been what, plus 12, yes, 83 I'm getting. So here, the idea has to be changed because 73 is not in the option. What exactly to be done, I'll tell you. So I'm just going to stop with this as one sequence. Like what I'm going to start is, from here again I'm going to start with another sequence. Plus 2. Next I may expect what? Plus 4. But what exactly came? 81. What exactly came? 81. That is, I'm expecting 77, but I'm having 81. Therefore, I can mark 81 as my odd man out. This is the only possibility, my dear. That's it. See, I could have marked it as 73 as an odd man out. But if I mark 73 as odd man out, of course, 81 also is wrong. 73 is also wrong. 81 is also wrong. So, but 73 is not there in the option only. So, therefore, I'm just from 71, I'm starting with another simple sequence. Plus 2. Next, plus 4 I'm expecting. But what exactly came? 81 has come. Therefore, I've just ignored it. Okay. This is one way of doing. The other way of doing, I think you told me also. Yes, I heard it. What is it? Sir, except 81, no other number is divisible by 3, sir. Only 81 is divisible by 3, sir. None of other numbers are divisible by 3, sir. I can mark 81 as answer. Yes, suppose you go ahead with that. And one more thing. Sir, 41, 43, 47, 53, 61, 71, 73, whatever number you said, na, sir, everything is prime number, sir. Okay, everything is what? Prime numbers. Okay, everything is what? Prime numbers. Yes, sir, can I go with the prime number, sir? Of course you go with prime numbers. Except 81, none of the number is prime number. Okay, none of the number is prime number. See, any idea which is coming from your mind is always good idea. Have faith in it and go for the answer. Okay, I just given the, see, some other suggestion. See, you may be wondering, sir, why you are making it complicated, sir? By looking at all the numbers, all are prime numbers, but for 81 is not a prime number, sir. Of course, my dear. You please go ahead with that. Nothing wrong. Okay. Yes. Sum number 12. Find the alphabet missing series. Okay. Find the alphabet missing series. What is it? A C dash. C A B dash. B A C A dash. A dash. A B A. Okay. Now look at this. Now look at this. So there are total 19 terms are here. So how to make it? See, look at the alphabet. All the alphabets are only A, B, C. Within A, B, C, everything is getting over. What is it? Within A, B, C, everything is getting over. So divide it into 3 parts. A, B, C, A, B, C. That is divided into 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. Ho, 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 ho. This A is accelerated way. Okay. Now, so from here, let me start cracking the sum, my dear. See, actually, what happens, here I've got 3 terms. C, A, B. Here I got 3 terms. C, A, B. C, A, B is missing. What is missing, my dear? B is missing. C, A, B. And here also I can mark C, A, B. Yes or no, my dear? C, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B. That is even groups. Even group. Second group, fourth group, and sixth group has got C, A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B. This is just an idea. Next one. Here, I can just go with what missing. I can go with what missing. Like what see, between two A's, one C. Between two A's, B. Between two A's, A. That's it. Actually, my answer is A, B, C. Do we have it in option, my dear? A, B, C. Wow, we got it. Option A. Sir, how you got this idea? Nothing, my dear. I got it CAB. And wherever there is CA, I just make it as what CAB. Here also what CAB, cab is missing. So second, fourth and fifth, I'm just making it as a group. Second, fourth and fifth, I'm just going to make it as a group. And the remaining odd groups, I'm going to look at it. A, C dash, dash B, A. This is what my idea. Okay. The extreme letters are what? A. I tried my level best. Okay. A. So therefore A, B, C. The middle letters are A, B, C. Some continuous sequence. See, there are not formulas, my dear. You have to make it. That's it. You have to find it on your own. That's it. There is no other way out. Okay. You have to find this continuous series on your own. Okay. Yes. Next part. Coding and decoding. Remember, whenever you do coding and decoding, you have to be very careful with the values. Okay. That is alphabet values. You have to be very careful. Fine. What is it? I always keep on writing it, my dear. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, these are the alphabet values. This is moving in forward direction. So in coding and decoding, the coding, that is what, the coding, the decode, that is coding will be given. By using the coding, we have to decode the other word. That is what the possibility. Now here, the coding can be given in the forward direction or it can be given in the backward direction. This is forward direction values. Sir, if at all backward direction values to be found out, then what to do, sir? If you remember forward direction value, then backward is very simple. What is it, no? For example, F, the backward direction value. What you can do, no? F forward direction value, 6. So 27 minus 6, 21. This is forward direction value. See, if you subtract the forward direction value from 27, we'll get the backward direction value, my dear. That's it. Any number. For example, sir, I's backward direction value is what? I's backward direction value. 27 minus I's forward direction is what? 9. What is 27 minus 9? What is 27 minus 9 is 38. Sorry. What is 27 minus 9 is 19. Sorry, 18. This is backward value, my dear. What is this? Backward value. It's very important. So whenever the coding, decoding problems are coming, always know how to give the numerical values. Okay. Always know how to give the numerical values. Okay. Fine. Yes. So that's all with coding and decoding. This is the basic thing we have to remember. That is more than enough. Then directly we can start solving the problem. Directly we can start solving the problems. Yes. What is sum number 1 is? Go. The value of go is 32. The value of she is 49. And we need to find out value of sum. First, always you will check with the forward values first. Sir, what is go? G. G value is 7. And O value is what? 15. 15 plus 7 is 22, sir, but it is 32. So 15 plus 7 plus 10 something can be possible. Yes, let me check later. Now I'll go for S. 19, H, 8, E is 5. 19 plus 8 is 27. 27 plus 5 is what? 32. Oh, something is wrong. So 32 plus 17 is 49. Here 22 plus 10 is 32. So therefore, I think something is fishy here. So I don't want to try with the forward. Forward is not matching. Let me try the backward values. G, backward value. G is what? G value is 7. G value is 7. 27 minus 7 is 20. So backward value is going to be 20. I hope you understand. Forward value is 7, my dear. So what I said, 27 minus 7, if you make it 20. Yes. And O, backward value. 27 minus 15. 27 minus 15, what is it? 12. Wow. 20 plus 12 is what? 32. That means they are taking the backward value. Okay. Now S. S is what? Forward value is 19. If forward value is 19, the backward value is going to be what? 8. H. Forward value is 8. Therefore, the backward value is what? 18. Forward value is 5. Therefore, the backward value is what? 22. Let me check. I think this is wrong. What is 27 minus 8 is 19. Yes, let me check what exactly we are getting. 8 plus 19 plus 22. Wow, 49 we are getting. So that means backward value is only. So here S. What is S backward value? What is S backward value? Sir, S value is 8, sir. O value is 12, sir. M value is 13. So 27 minus 13, 14, sir. E value is 22. Is equal to 22 plus 14, 36. 38, 48, 56. You may be asking, sir, I think here itself all the values are there, na, sir. See, S value is there, O value is there, everything is there, na, sir. Then why to bother? But M value is missing, my dear. So, fine. So, for that, the that is how it goes. The values have to be found out. So, some values 56. Our answer is option A. 2. In a certain code, December is written as, okay, how December is written? December is coded as what? ER MB CE DE. Okay. By reading this coding now, I can assume one thing, I can understand one thing. Internal arrangements. Internal means what? December spelling, that is whatever letters are there, it is the second, the coding also formed with the same letter. The coding also formed with the same letter. So only internal arrangement has to be done. That internal arrangement we need to identify. How it got arranged, that's what I'm just going to find out. First two letters is DE, here last two letters is DE. First one. Second two letters is CE. Second two letters is CE. MB, wow, same. That means they are divided into 2, 2, 2, like this. Fine. And reverse order. That's it. Here, what we have to do for decode, my dear? What we have to decode now? ER, MB, BE, NO. So that means 1, 2, 3. This is the way we have to decode. So what exactly will come? Can you please tell me, my dear? What exactly will come? Sir, first NO will come, sir. Next VE will come, sir. Next MB will come, sir. Finally ER will come, sir. Actually November, sir. Fine, that's it. So our option is D, November. Such a sweet and simple question. Third one. What is third one? If summer is coded as runner, okay, next winter will be what? Now look at this, my dear. Okay, that is -1, RS, correct? Second letter is same, plus 0, same. Third letter, plus 1. Fourth letter, plus 1, correct? Fifth and sixth letter is same. So only adjustment is what? First letter to be adjusted. Third and the fifth letter. First letter is -1, and the third and the fourth letter is what? +1. That is next alphabet. So W, minus 1. Minus 1 means what? V. So first letter is going to be V. Second one, same, I. Third one is M means N. Next letter, N. Next letter is going to be what, you know? O. T. Next letter. After T, what is the letter, my dear? T, U. Fine. The last two letters remain same only. V, I, O, U, E, R. V, I, O, U, E, R. Option B. Fourth one. In a certain code, Kaveri coded as VAKRE. VAKIRE. How is Mysore? See, I told you, I think the first example, what I said, that is same letters only repeated. That means internal arrangements. What is it, my dear? We call it as internal arrangement. What is it? Internal arrangement. That is 2, 2, let us divide. Not 2, 2. That is not happening here. First letter is what? See, this way it happens. VAK, KAV, ERI, IRE. So 3, 3 they divided. So what exactly will come? Sir, MYS, SYM, ORE, ERO. So SYMERO. Option D. Is that correct, my dear? What is it? Option D. Okay, fine. Fifth one. In a certain language, twinkle written as twinkle written as SVHOJKD. SVHOJKD. How would filters be written in the same code? Of course, you may be saying, sir, T, S, R, W, B, there is one letter before. Yes, of course, you might have got the answer. But still, let me just give you one more method. What exactly, no? Let us say first one. T. The value of T is what? The value of T, 20. The value of T is what? 20. Just put it 20. Next, what is value of W? Value of W is 23. What is value of W, my dear? 23. And what is value of I? Value of I is 9. Value of N is 14. And value of K is what? Value of K is 11. And what is value of L? 12. And 5. Correct? Now, yes. What is the value of S is 19. B value is 22. H value is 8. O value is 15. J value is 12. K value is 13. And D value is 4. Is that right? No. I did a mistake. What is O value? 15, right? O value is 15. J value is 10. K value is 11. Okay, K value is what? 11. Now listen here, my dear. Listen here. The value of N is 14. Okay, the value of N is 14. That remains. Value of O is 15. Yes. Same value only. But rest everything, what happens, look at this. -1, minus 1, minus 1, plus 1, then again minus 1. Is that right? Minus 1. Is that right? See, first 3 minus 1, last 3 plus 1, so last 3 minus 1, the middle term is what? Plus 1. Same way, t plus 1. Okay, t plus 1. That is t's next letter. Okay, u. The middle one will be what? U. Next, the f minus 1, e, I, h. Minus 1 na? L, K. Right? E, H, K, U. Next, E, that is minus 1, D, Q, R. See, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, plus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. That is the sequence. The same way, every alphabet what? First 3 alphabet, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. Middle alphabet, plus 1. The last 3 alphabet, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1 again. Therefore, our option is what? A. Okay. Now, sum number 16. What is it? Meat is written as team. Very, very simple, my dear. Then bail is written as, yes, sir, only first and last letter got interchanged, sir. So, here also what? First and last letter to be interchanged. E, A, L, B. E, A, L, B. Option is what? D. 17th sum. See, 17th type sums are very important type, my dear. Very, very important. What is it? Play. How to identify, I'll tell you. 8, 1, 2, 3. Next one is rhyme coded as 4, 9, 3, 6, 7. Then male coded as. It's very important, my dear. How to identify this type, I'll tell you. So far, what happens? One coding is given, other decode. We need to decode. So for this, what happens? Sir, coding is given, we need to decode. That is one word, coding is given, other word we need to decode. But here what happens? 2-word coding is given. Using 2 words coding, we have to decode the third word. So that means this is the type which we need to identify, and also very simple type. And one more thing, you look at this: 4 letters, 4 digits; 5 letters, 5 digits. Correct? C and male, all MALE available here only. Correct? So from here, the corresponding values to be taken and substitute. That's it. M corresponding value is what? 6. A corresponding value is what? 2. L corresponding value is what? 1. E corresponding value is what? 7. So my answer is 6217. What is our answer, my dear? 6217, option A. So that's all with our number series and coding and decoding, my dear. In my tomorrow session, we are going to do direction, blood relation, seating arrangements, etc. Okay. Yes, till then, bye all of you. Thank you.